Καλημέρα, καλώς ήρθατε στη Σύρο. Good morning, welcome to the third international conference of the Greece ACM CKI chapter, our conference here in the wonderful island Syros, in the excellent department here at the Aegean University, in this historical building. As you can see, the theme of the conference is Connect, Engage, Inspire, meaning that there is a community behind that we try to make great relation between the members, engage and inspire our new members, our new scientists that want to focus on this specific topic. There's an echo. Syros, and the main focus of conference is on how AI-driven HCI can augment human capabilities for designing relevant, ethical, and inclusive everyday interaction. I'm Kostas Morlas from National Kapodistrian University of Athens, and together with me it's Germanakos Panagiotis with his excellent organization skills that help us give us the rhythm in these organizations. Panagiotis. Good morning, welcome also from my... And also together with me is the person who took the responsibility to organize the conference here in Syros, Panagiotis Koutsabassis. Thank you very much. As you can see, we'll talk about the history of this event back in time. In 2021, we organized the first conference in the era of COVID-19. So we went totally online due to safety reasons, of course, but we had very good comments and took the power to continue. And 2 years later, at 2023 in Athens, built on that foundation and truly showcased the potential of this community. We had in Athens at the second conference, 5 keynote speeches, 11 panel discussions, 48 full and short papers, 28 presentations from doctoral consortium and young researchers, and 12 engaging exhibition and interactive experience. So we had a very good, great participation and proved that KAI Greece could continue to the next event, and this year we have the third KAI Greece conference. So of course, behind the KAI Greece conference is a vibrant community. It's a big milestone of the Greek ACM chapter on human-computer interaction, which was established in 2008 and aims to promote collaboration between Greek researchers and professionals that share the common interest in human-computer interaction. Its primary goal is to facilitate communication, coordinate and support related initiatives, and overall become a reference organization for ACI-related activities in Greece and beyond. About this community, Professor Maria Russo will a key figure in this chapter growth and development throughout the years will share tomorrow some more insights in the ACM chapter community and ask all of you to join us. For the organization of the KAI Greece 2025, we'll count on a great and very passionate team of young researchers, experienced professionals, but behind all of these actions, are our mentors. That is our steering committee that gave us the vision, help us in the first steps, the current steps, and ensure that we have the help of them to the next steps. We can see our steering committee that we're proud of, Nikolaos Savouris, Nikolaos Marmaras, and Michalis Meimaris. Together with us in the core organization team are the program chairs, Maria Russo and George Karidakis, who put together a really rich agenda for the 2 days of the conference. Of course, we have also the exhibition Interactive Experience chairs, which is Anastasios Makris, Petros Printezis, and Spiros Vasinakis, with a special mission to spice up the program with an alternative track in the cross borders of academia, industry, and hands-on engagement. And also the doctoral consortium chairs, the Katerina Eller-Heb and Anastasios Theodoropoulos, who made a great job with the upgrade of our former young researchers track into doctoral consortium. The sponsorship and publicity chairs, Katerina Sotirakou, you will help us. No.
Yes, so thank you, Costa. Again, warm welcome from my end. And I would like also, as current chair of the ACM Greek High, to extend a welcome on behalf of the community and to wish you a very fruitful and engaging 3 days in the conference, and of course to enjoy the amazing island of Syros. Okay, so continuing with our core team organization, we have Katerina Sotirakou and Anastasia Karabela that made sure that KAI Greece 2025 has had a wide reach to the public and targeted organizations attracting valuable recognition and contributions. Our social event chairs, Athina Bosta and Theodora Hamaidi, with, of course, the valuable help and guidance of Panagiotis Koutsabasis, ensured an exceptional 3-day conference experience by creating a rich mix of social activities, as you can see also in the program that it's in your bags. The design of the beautiful templates and the visual layouts, the preparation of the printed communication materials that gave the event a unique character, and setting up the various streaming environments and platforms. And on this side, we would like also to thank the video chair, Theodoris Paraskevas, who is responsible for the wonderful video spots that you took an idea earlier, and will continue in the rest days of the conference. It was responsible for the editing, the production, and which are also available in our YouTube channel, as Panagiotis will share later on. As you are all maybe aware of, a really challenging role, given the nature of conferences, is the local arrangement and registration chairs, where again Athina Bosta, Theodori Hamaili, Rubini Konomidou, and Katerina Malsova did a great job managing every detail, from smooth registrations to seamless on-site logistics, ensuring that everything can run effortlessly for you, our participants. A big thank you also to our virtual experience chairs, Minas Perigatis and Andreas Yanakoulopoulos, who did remarkable work in shaping the online dimension of the conference, ensuring again the virtual access and high quality, the digital experience that you can have. For another particularly demanding role in this 3rd edition of the conference, also given the recent updates in the workflow with respect to the proceedings by ACM, we'd like to acknowledge the excellent work of our proceedings chairs, Panagiotis Koutsabasis and Damianos Gavalas. And since the main touch point of the conference with the participants is the website, please feel free to navigate and find information on the papers, authors, KAI Greece chapters, and of course on the full day's conference program, which will be available also after the days of the conference with the video, the presentations of the authors, and all the links for accessing the spaces in your bags. We'd like additionally to particularly thank our program committee members, which we were very honored this year to have 56 esteemed expert colleagues from around the world who helped throughout the review process and with targeted suggestions and improvement points contributed to the quality of the program. In KaiGreece 2025, we followed a rigorous review process aligning with ACM review standards, offering guidelines to reviewers on assessment quality aspects, depth and structure of the evaluation, expecting constructive criticism and arguments during the discussion period that helped us to resolve issues and compose a high-quality program. In this respect, we would also like to highlight the names of those that took the extra mile in this process as a token of special recognition for their exemplary contributions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Furthermore, our session chairs and DC mentors who invest extra time and effort to guide and support the respective activities during the execution, as we say, of the workshop, of the conference. And of course, a round of applause goes to our student volunteers as assistants. Who offer their support behind the scenes, as you know, in these events, but they ensure the best possible experience throughout the conference for all of us. Last but not least, we would like to deeply appreciate our sponsors for their valuable contribution to the success of this edition of the conference. The local organizing, the Department of Product and Systems Engineering of the University of Aegean, under the chairing of Professor Panagiotis Koutsabassis, together with his amazing team, for the exceptional collaboration, and Animas Heroes for the collocation, offering an enhanced experience, knowledge, and opportunities to our participants. As you know, with your badge, you can also visit Animas Heroes, and you can also participate and attend on their sessions. Similarly, Animas Heroes to us. And above all, we would like to thank you, of course, the authors, the participants, and as you know, a conference is its people. And from the very first baby steps of putting the very first 2 editions of KaiGreece, a virtual and one and an on-site in Athens, you showed the willingness to support and the devotion not only to connect the community, as we started in the very first edition, but also to connect, engage, and inspire tomorrow's innovations and collaborations. We are proud to see KaiGreece steadily growing over the years, with, just as an indication, with submissions of 26 papers that we have in 2021, we had 62 in 2025. Despite this increasing interest, the acceptance rate has become more selective, reflecting the rising quality and competitiveness of the conference. I would like now to pass the floor to Panagiotis for more insights on the program and the proceedings. Thank you.
I would like also to welcome you all here in Syros. We're very glad and very honored to have you here. And let me continue briefly with some elements about this year's conference. A summary, as you can see, we have 4 very special keynote speeches, 14 full papers, 17 short papers, 5 doctoral consortium presentations, and 20 exhibition interactive experiences, demos, and posters. We had a total of 62 submissions totally, and we have authors from 12 countries along the world. We have, as I said, we are honored to host 4 exceptional keynote speakers. Vicky Harisi, a research scientist on human-AI interaction from Singapore, MIT Alliance on Research and Technology, and research affiliate in Harvard University. Her talk is entitled, How Does AI Impact Human Behavior? The Interplay Between Research, Design, and Policy Perspectives. Panos Markopoulos, who is a professor for design and behavior change and vice dean Director of Research in Eindhoven University of Technology, the Netherlands, and his talk is entitled Engaging Human-Computer Interaction for Good. This will be tomorrow. And Leonard Reinecke, who is professor of media effects and media psychology at the Department of Communication, University of Mainz, Germany. His talk will be on Friday morning, and it is entitled Logging Off or Stressing Out, Digital Disconnection and its Role to Digital Resilience. And also we have Iraklis Varlamis, who is coming from Directorate of Digital Governance and Digital Skills, GRNet, and he's a professor at the Department of Informatics and Telematics at Harokopi University of Athens in Greece. And his talk is entitled Mythos, a single source of truth for public services, interoperability, standardization, and citizen-centric delivery. In addition, we have an outstanding hybrid panel event with esteemed academics and professionals that honor us with their presence to share their viewpoint and exchange on this year's World Usability Day topic, which is entitled Emerging Technologies and the Human Experience. And it is with great pleasure that we will have with us this afternoon Alexandros Rosso, who is Director of Research and Innovation at Kotsovolos, Athens, Greece. Irini Mavromati, who is a Professor of Interaction Design at the Open University from Patras, Greece. Kostas Boletsis, a Senior Researcher from SINTEF, Oslo, Norway. And Maria Kontogiorgou, who is a UX consultant and CEO at Atride here from Hermopolis in Syros. As you all know, the proceedings of the KAIGRIS conference are published by the ACM, International Conference Proceedings Series, and they have already been published in the ACM Digital Library. You can search maybe to see your paper later on. We have, in order to conform with high standards of ACM publications, we have followed the double-blind review process, and each paper was reviewed by 3 or 4 reviewers. And we try to be inclusive because this is the goal of the community to get together. So we encourage authors sometimes to resubmit papers in a short paper format in order to have them here with us when the reviews were not so encouraging. The author presentations will be available on the conference website. And as I said before, the conference proceedings have been loaded to ACM Digital Library a couple of days ago. Also, during the days of the conference, we plan to record all the talks and the video presentations, including the conference opening talks, keynotes, video spots, and so on, will be available on the conference YouTube channel, thanks to the wonderful job of our video chair, Theodoris Paraskevas. So there's more. On Friday, at the closing ceremony, we will announce the Best Paper Awards and the honorable mention for 3 of our papers. So stay tuned. I would like again to thank you so much for being here. And I really hope that you will have a joyful time here in Syros and a fruitful conference. And now I'm very honored to present welcome notes from, first of all, the rector of the University of the Aegean, Professor Dimitris Papageorgiou, and then the president of Anima Syros Festival, Mr. Vasilis Karometsanis. So please, dear rector, if you can come and say a few words to the attendance of the conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, I will be very short. Anyway, as far as I understand, the procedure has already started, so there's no need to say more. We welcome you in Syros, and we're very glad to have you here in this conference and in the island of Syros, which you can visit if you have the time. It's a very beautiful island. There's a lot of issues and topics on cultural heritage and also a very beautiful natural environment. In any case, human-computer interaction, this specific research topic, it's a very interesting topic and focuses on certain activities of the University of the Aegean here in Syros, in the department. Panagiotis, no, the name of the department in English.
Product and Systems Design.
Okay, I remember it as Department of Design, with a general term, with a general sense of the term. Okay, so it's very well interconnected with human-computer interaction. And we have also some other departments who are involved in this particular scientific field, like the Department of Cultural Technology and Communication in Mytilene, and the Department of Computational Systems in Samos. So we're very glad to have you here, and I think it will be a win-win situation for your association and for the University of the Aegean to continue and to strengthen this cooperation. And as from the part of the University of the Aegean, we will do everything we can to support this. Thank you very much.
And so now, if Mr. Vasilis Karamitsanis, the president of Anima Syros, can say a few words. We are a parallel event here in Syros with Anima Syros, which is a great festival all over the years now for 15 or so years, Vasilis. What you will say to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, dear Rector, dear Dean, dear newly elected president of our local Syros department. It's a very big honor, and thank you, dear organizers. Thank you for inviting us to join forces with this important function. We're proud to put Syros since 18 years on the spotlight for animation, making the festival Anima Syros the largest animation event in the Mediterranean. This could not have been done without the local support of the people of Syros, as well as of the people of, and the staff, the administration, and the students of the University of Aegean. So we feel that such events are an important node of adding content and scientific significance for our island. From our end, based on our collaboration, which was not coincidental, actually it was intentional to happen at the same time, we'd be happy, and we offer you a free Agora accreditation. With your own accreditation, you don't need a separate plastic accreditation like mine. You can access all the functions, including the paid accreditation actions, based on our collaboration with the University of Aegean, which is our prime academic supporter. And also tomorrow, which is important, and you have to mark your calendars, at 8 o'clock at the courtyard of the Central Municipal Theatre of Apollon, the University of Aegean is offering to the Congress participants, to the conference participants, and the entire festival audience a welcome drink. So you're all welcome to join on this occasion of the conference of the festival. You can find all the information and the full program of screenings, workshops, and industry events on animasyros.gr and on our social media networks. Thank you so much for inviting us, and we're happy that also parts of our team and our audience will join your conference. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good luck for everything. Καλή επιτυχία στο συνέδριο. All right. So I give the floor to Professor Moulas to introduce our keynote.
Thank you. It's an honor for me to introduce the first keynote lecture for today. So the keynote, the title of the keynote is "How does AI impact human behavior? The interplay among research, design, and policy perspectives." This talk will be given by Vicky Harisi. It's a great honor that you are with us, Vicky. She's a research scientist at MIT at Singapore and research affiliate at Harvard's Beckman Klein Center. Her work focuses on AI's impact on human development, human rights, and policy in collaboration with industry international organizations such as the UN, OECD, and IEEE. A former scientific officer at the European Commission, she chairs several advisory boards and has published over 60 papers in the field.
Καλημέρα και από μένα. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ, Professor Glass, για το introduction. Θα ξεκινήσω στα ελληνικά. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ την Επιτροπή, την Οργανωτική Επιτροπή για την πρόσκληση και κυρίως τη Μαρία Ρούσου για την εισαγωγή σε αυτήν την υπέροχη σε αυτό το υπέροχο community. I will continue in English now. Thank you for bear with me. So thanks to the organizing committee for this invitation. It is a great honor for me to be here in this beautiful island. I'm also, my origins come from a neighboring island here in Syros, so it's the glad is like even bigger. It's just I'm from Mykonos, like just around the corner here. So it took like 25 minutes to come here yesterday. And it is great to see, and I'm really looking forward to see the great work that it is done here at the University of Aegean in Syros and in other islands. So my talk today will be, so as it was mentioned, I am currently at MIT in Singapore. This is a research institute of MIT, the largest research institute of MIT outside Boston. We have a close collaboration with people in Cambridge, in Boston. But the work that I'm going to present today is based on my previous professional activities and collaborations while I was at the European Commission, because I joined this department, my current job, just 2 months ago. I can tell you a little bit about my current projects, but this won't be the focus of this talk. So, okay. Okay, I see. So, yeah, probably. Presentation. Give us a moment, sorry for the delay. Thank you. And we tried it before, it worked. I promise we tried it before. So I arrived here earlier. So we tried the presentation, it worked, and now it doesn't work. So give us like 2 minutes, please. Apologies for this. Yay. I will fix it, don't worry. Okay, slideshow. Παίρνει τώρα. Μισό λεπτό. Okay. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ωραία. So today I'm going to the main topic of this talk is to showcase how we connect research, design, and support on policymaking based on research and involving design. So my point with this talk is that when it is really important when we want to have impact to try to connect these three different perspectives. So based on my previous work, I'm going to give some examples where some studies where I have tried to understand human development through scientific research. My main focus is with children. So most of the examples that I will bring here today is based on research with children. Then, based on this research, we contribute to the design of AI applications and robotics, or social robots. So I'm going to give some examples from a design point of view with design methods. And also based on also my previous experience at the European Commission as a researcher there, working closely to policymakers, I will give some examples on how we supported policymaking based on design and research. So they are all interconnected. And of course, this work is a result of collaboration with multiple institutions in Europe, universities, industry here and worldwide, here in Europe and worldwide. Most of the research was funded mainly by the Honda Research Institute in Japan, and also it's part of the European Commission Joint Research Center. So the main three topics. So first, I will talk about how research and design connect based on some studies we did on child-robot interaction. Then design and policy, the interplay between design and policy. And this I will give some examples on how we design the behaviors of this robot, Haru robot, which is being now developed by the Honda Research Institute in Japan and UNICEF, but also with other international organizations. And then also based on research that we did on generative AI and some pedagogical approaches for developing generative AI in education and how this is informing now policymaking. I will start with the first one. Of course, we all have, I see the age group of this community. So probably most of us remember the times when we played outside or we played with our peers without phones or without our computers, right? So this is something that it was like very prominent in the past, but of course still here. But this is changing. So although we used to have collaborative problem solving with our parents or peer collaboration, etc. This, with the use of AI applications, digital applications, or VR applications, etc., this has now been enriched with other modalities. So one of our purposes with this research is to see how different affordances that we have now transforming children's understanding of the world, the children's problem solving, etc. So we conducted, this is research that I did while I was at the University of Twente before joining the European Commission. We tried first to see how children collaborate with each other when they have to solve a problem in a physical environment. My colleagues, I don't have a technical background myself, but I collaborate with computer scientists or people that work in computer vision, etc., or robotics. And we tried to model child engagement through their body posture and through their speech, not necessarily through natural language. So even without understanding their dialogues, their conversations, we tried to model the engagement through these modalities. Of course, this was like a preliminary research in order for us to understand how we can make a robot understand child's engagement while they interact with children. So at that point, we implemented, someone wouldn't tell that this is a social robot. You can see in the picture, this was like just a robotic arm on a mobile basis where the robot would sort out objects like toys together with children in a kindergarten, and this was in Vienna. So of course, this was a very unstructured environment. Most of you that work on human-computer interaction, you know that unstructured environments come with certain challenges, and especially when you have to also program. So this was like before LLMs. So this is like very important to remember. So my colleagues had to pre-program the robot to respond to certain child behavior or to respond to a certain situation. I just have a question. I have time, like up to what time should I finish? So it's like half an hour more. Okay. Perfect. So it was pretty challenging for us to understand. So we had natural interaction with children, but it was really challenging to understand the details, especially when we were designing the robot. It was challenging to see the different elements of the modalities that we had to introduce there. So as our next step, what we did is to introduce a more controlled environment. So we thought to use a very well-established cognitive task, the Tower of Hanoi, which has concrete steps, a kind of algorithm to solve. And we used this robot that I have there in the picture. This is the Haru robot, again, the robot that I have been working the last few years. So the first pilot we did, it was on this problem with one child and the robot. So we tried to see how different type of interaction with the robot, different intervention of the robot would influence the problem solving of the child. So we had two main conditions. One was a turn taking. So the robot would observe the child, and then we had this interaction, first the child and then the robot suggesting. So you can see the robot only could speak. They could not handle the actual game, but the robot would propose the child the next movement in this cognitive task. And we analyzed the log data, so from this interaction. And the second condition was a voluntary interaction. So our hypothesis, based on pedagogical research, is that if children have the space and the time for exploration, eventually they learn more, even if the current time for problem solving might take a little bit longer. And indeed, based on this, so we wanted to have the robot there present, but we let the child ask the help of the robot whenever they wanted to ask. In the end, we evaluated the task in a slightly more difficult version of this task. So this task is incremental in terms of difficulty. So when you add more disks, then it becomes more difficult. So in the end, we had an evaluation phase for both conditions without the robot, and we evaluated the performance of the child. And indeed, we saw that in the condition where the child had the space and the time for exploration and asked the robot only for help whenever it was needed, the child was more able to solve the problem in a better way, had better performance. Then we thought how this would look like if we add one more child. So we have two children together with a robot. One of my main motivation of working with social robots is that we can have this collective interaction between humans and robots, like technology, this digital environment, there is this possibility just for humans to learn from each other. So not necessarily to force an interaction between human and the robot. So we set up this experiment. We had 84 children. In this, we had different conditions in terms of the interventions of the robot. So in terms of their cognitive reliability, which means that the robot, we had a condition where the robot would propose a wrong answer, and we wanted to see how this would elicit, what kind of the behavior would elicit from the children. And also in terms of emotional expression, sometimes in social robotics, we have robots that might be more expressive, more enthusiastic, or we can have a robot where it is like more neutral, that can be seen like as a mere tool. So again, this study was like pre-LLM. So we had to, my colleagues had, based on my input, we had to pre-program, and we created behavior trees. I think most of you are familiar with this technique with different types of human behavior. And we had the robot intervening according to our conditions. So this was a study where we had a series of different interventions. So initially, we wanted to see the predisposition of each child in terms of trust. So there are instruments, well-validated instruments, trust belief questionnaires. So we wanted to have a baseline there. Then we had, in terms of child's trust predisposition, then we had a baseline session without the robot because we wanted to see the problem-solving capabilities of the children for the specific task. This was like a very, the simplest version of the task. And then we introduced the intervention of the robot. So we had we split the children in these 4 conditions, and we had the robot manipulation. And then we had the robot again present, but it was the evaluation phase. It was only that the children could ask the robot for help whenever they wanted. And this was also one of our measures. You will see help seeking, right? So when the robot would help. So the first finding was when we had a robot that suggested the correct answer, the correct next movement, the whole performance, the current performance was better. And this was expected, right? So if you have a robot that suggests a correct next movement, then you have a better performance, totally expected. When we have, the second finding was that whenever we had the robot suggesting a wrong movement, we had more interaction, child-to-child interaction. From a pedagogical point of view, that was very interesting. So most of the children understood that the robot would suggest probably a wrong answer, and they started to discuss between themselves if they wanted to follow the robot's suggestions or not. From a pedagogical point of view, a psychological point of view, this elicits metacognitive skills for children, and this is an important tool probably for pedagogy in this setting. What worried us it was a little bit raised some concerns, was the third finding, where the children, although in the condition where the robot would suggest a wrong answer, still in the evaluation phase where the children would have the option to ask for help or not, still they trusted the robot when they were in need. So for us, this was an indication of over-trust of the technology when the children, in the case when the children were didn't know what exactly to do. These findings inform have informed the behavior of this robot that we are designing now. At the moment, we're in the stage where we transfer this local interaction with the robot in a more distributed interaction, where we have different classes around the world developing projects together, and children from different parts of the world that can interact with children of other classes, like from Japan or Brazil or Germany, Spain, etc., through the interaction with the robot. And then this is something, I don't have findings yet. This is something that we are developing now, and we are trying to see how this interaction could look like when we have a network of classrooms around the world and children probably collaborate with the help of the robot, but in a more distributed and collective way. So for the second part of my talk is about design and policy. So again, based on this work, a couple of years ago, we had already published some findings from this work. UNICEF invited us to take part in the first ever policy guidance on AI and children. So we came with this report where there are specific guidance when it comes to children's rights, for example, privacy or inclusion, safety, etc. And the most interesting part was that, so here we have the guidance, but at that point we thought, UNICEF thought that they wanted to have some pilots for their guidance. So they invited also the Honda Research Institute, together with our guidance from the European Commission, to pilot some of the principles that we came up with. So at that point, we thought that we wanted to understand cultural differences when it comes to the design of robots. So we thought to test it with children in Japan and children in Uganda. This was a paper where it was published a couple of years ago at IDC, a short paper with the first findings, where we tried to see how children in these different contexts, the school in Uganda was in a rural area in Uganda, where they didn't have technology at all. And we introduced at that point, it was like just started COVID, so we couldn't go there. So we interacted with videos in Uganda, and we had the teacher in Japan. So it was like kind of a design process, not only about the robot, but also about how we run this study in such a context. And we used the storytelling activities for children to start imagining how a robot could look like in their everyday activities in a school environment. We saw that there are, I mean, as expected, there are some differences. Again, this was a small scale study. Now we are running a larger scale study with children from different parts of the world, but that was a first indication for us about how children imagine in this different context the interaction with robots, and what are the challenges that they see, and what it was important for us. I mean, it was very interesting for us. It was that children in Japan, they focused mainly on psychological connections with robots, and probably that's something that has to do with the culture in Japan and the acceptance of robots. For there is a tradition there, probably that was one of the reasons. While in Uganda, they would focus more on material interactions. So they would imagine even robots helping in agriculture activities or this type of things, right? So we saw that there was a difference there. Again, this was a pilot with a small sample, but one of the important studies for us to understand that when we develop these robots for different cultures, it's really important to understand first the culture and the acceptance. And we ran many activities with children at that point in Japan locally on the design of the robot behavior design. And this had an impact apart from the European Commission, the Joint Research Center where we used to work we attracted the attention of IEEE Standards Association. So they invited us to contribute to preliminary work on standards for social robots for children. Also, Lego, at some point, they were very much interested in how we included children from environments that typically at this point were were included, but not so much. I mean, especially in the field of human-robot interaction. I looked in the literature, I'm pretty active in this field, and probably I would say 80 or even more percent of the studies they run with children on child-robot interaction, children in developed countries. Of course, there are practical reasons also for this, but for us, it was really important to show that we really need to include typically less represented places. And there were like much more, since then there are many more initiatives on policy for children and AI and social robots, a little bit less, but social robots as well. So after these results, internally at the European Commission, we wanted to see if what we saw from children's input, how this interacts with the input we get from experts, which is something that we expected anyway, because we work all the time with researchers, but also with policymakers. And one of our findings findings was that policymakers were very, very much focused on education. So they focused very much on the solution. And education is the solution, which is really important also for us to see that the education is part of their priorities. After these activities, and because of our interaction between research, policy, design, researchers, we thought that what we need is like really transparent procedures, because sometimes when you interact, I mean, I suppose that most of you have experience in this, sometimes we researchers have a kind of a little bit different language than people in industry, for example, or policymakers. So at some point we wanted to, we thought that what we need is a procedure where in a transparent way, people go through these kind of processes, but they follow them. They follow the. I mean, we try to speak their language, but the underlying principles to be the same, right? So, for example, inclusion of children, etc. So we proposed this this framework. Now we call it policy sandbox. And when we talk about policy here, it's not only policymakers in terms of governments, it's policy inside an institution, right? So, for example, the Honda Research Institute, now we are experimenting with this sandbox in terms of child's privacy when we develop social robots for children. The last part of my talk is about research. So the previous one was like more on the design part, right? So this is like about research and policy. And this was one, probably the only one, the only study while I was at the European Commission that actually my hierarchy asked me to run, right? So up to that point, it was me proposing what type of studies we wanted to have in order to anticipate policy, right, in social robots. But this one was top down, and it was when ChatGPT it was like suddenly very popular in schools, etc. And at the European Commission they received many questions from educators on how they need to handle this new technology. That was back in, I mean, you know, November 22 when ChatGPT got so popular, and I received the request in January 23. Of course, it took us almost 8 months to take the ethical approval for this because it was very new technology, but we designed, what we thought with my colleagues is to design an AI tool based on generative, like on ChatGPT, which is pedagogically aligned, and we used the Socratic method. Probably you remember that in early 2023, some places like in New York, they decided to ban ChatGPT from schools, while a couple of months later, even the same states, they thought, oh, we can't ban it, we need to see how to use it, right? And then a couple of months ago, MIT Media Lab published this paper where with university students, where they show that when students use ChatGPT, then they just, their brain becomes a little bit more lazy, and this created some worries. But last week, I think it was just or 2 weeks ago, Oxford University announced that they collaborate with OpenAI Edu in order to bring in ChatGPT for students in order to advance the research. And also I heard also here in Greece, there was an announcement about public schools, etc. So you can see that people have worries, but at the same time, they can't ignore this tool. So what we thought at that point, it was that we need to understand how this works inside the classroom. Of course, now there are many studies that show these results. We started with teachers' workshops. We wanted to see how they perceive this tool inside their classrooms. And then we had some hands-on activities with students, co-design activities with students. And then we also ran a larger scale study with parents' views on the use of generative AI in education. So we had, this was a pilot study in Spain and in Belgium, in Brussels, with 122 students. This is not published yet, it's under review, and we expect that it will be published in the next few months. And we wanted to see first the perspectives of students, and then what would be the effect if we design a tool with the Socratic pedagogical method. What would be this effect? So this is how it would look like. So the LLM wouldn't give an answer to a question, but would follow up with a guiding question. And unfortunately, I mean, when we thought about this, to be honest, I thought that this is a great opportunity, each child to have their personal Socrates with them all the time. Imagine, I mean, this would be amazing. But no, unfortunately, the students didn't like it. So they thought that, when I use this type of tool, I just want the answer. I don't want the question. I just want, as fast as possible, an answer. And what we saw also, it was that so we had several tasks with the use of LLM, and then we removed the LLM and we gave the students similar tasks. If they had used the tool in a certain way, we thought that this would have a positive impact on their learning, reasoning, even if we changed slightly the task. Unfortunately, we saw that there was no retention of knowledge, which means that the students didn't, in fact, engage in in-depth conversations, and they didn't. So they focused mainly on the answer of the specific task without paying attention on the reasoning. So for this, I think we need to revise so we are working on this. And one of our explanations is that this was only one session. So we had one session engagement with the specific design, and then we proceeded with the evaluation phase. So still, I have some hopes that this can be used in a way that would support the children's critical thinking in the future if there is a longer term interaction. But what we did also, it was to see if we don't have a Socratic method, so not to have these guiding questions, but instead having an answer with an explanation, how a very specific explanation, how this would work. And here we found some promising results. So the students, when we removed the LLM, they had a better performance than the Socratic. So probably the more explicit explanation worked better in this setting. So these are the main findings. And then what we wanted also to see, it was parents. So how parents behaving on this, because often I am a parent as well. And sometimes I don't really know what my children do with ChatGPT when they use it for their homework, right? So, and indeed, this is something that it was apparent also. So the first finding, it was that parents that use the LLMs for their own work, they have a more positive attitude towards the use of LLM in education. So in different aspects. So this was a pretty consistent result. On the other hand, we saw that almost half of the parents, they don't don't know what children, they don't talk with their children. We focused only on teenagers, right? So from, I think, 12 to 18 years old students. So they do not discuss with their with their children, but at the same time, they have some concerns. So this was work together with the United Nations Center for AI and Robotics in the Netherlands. And we thought that based on this, probably we can publish a guidance for AI literacy for parents. And we have certain recommendations for parents on how to handle this on AI literacy. So with this slide, I'm closing my presentation. And what I wanted again to stress is that although I think in this room most of us are researchers, it is really important to consider the policy context, but also how industry proceeds with the development of AI tools, social robotics for children or for people in general. My personal view is that we need to make sure that all citizens know about this, and we provide the opportunity for AI literacy for everyone, not only for children. And this interplay, I know, I'm aware from that many of you try to see this interplay, but I wanted with this talk to highlight the interplay between policy, industry development, and research, and how they inform each other. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Vicky, so much. First of all, for coming here, for your fascinating body of work, which I know. So I know about that, but yet again, when seeing this presentation, it reminds me of how wonderful your work is, and I really love the questions that you're asking and the approaches that you have. So I have many, questions, comments, but let me start with, I have two that stand out, two aspects of your work. Let me start, first of all, I'd like to ask you how you compare the work with social robots, with robots that have a physical presence, a tangible presence, and chatbots, and their impact on children's, let's say, social interaction, but also perception. There's a difference in the interface, and there's a difference in the interaction method as well. So you have a Socratic method that you used, which I have some comments on that as well, or questions. But can you compare the difference? Because you have very different results. In one case, you have engagement, you have reliance. When they're not confident about their knowledge, they rely on the robot's needs. Whereas in the other case, they want direct answers. Right? So do you think that the interface and the interaction method has in that case means something?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Maria. This is a really important element that I'm pretty sure you know the answer. So indeed, the interface plays a huge role. Again, I want to highlight that this presentation was like pre-LLM and post-LLM. So there is also, so the in the interactions that we did with robots, we didn't use LLMs for this study. So that means that anyway, we had to focus probably in other aspects. So for example, and of course the interface elicits certain probably trust levels for the students, or let's say more engagement, etc., especially for young children, where even that robot that I showed in the beginning of my presentation, which was like just a robotic arm with on the mobile robot like base without a shell. And still after the interaction, so it was like clearly a machine. We asked the students if they would, how they would perceive the robot, and most of them it was like, this is my friend. I would tell all my secrets here and not to my mom, right? So no, I'm talking for the very first where we have just a robotic arm, right? So the arm. So it was like clearly a machine, but even that, just because of the physical presence, elicits, as you said, like we attribute anthropomorphic feature into that machine, which might be different when we have a screen-based, text-based interface, right? This is changing. First of all, I haven't done experimental research to compare the two, right? So I cannot tell based on results, but there are other studies. Yeah, there are, I mean, people have studied this. I know probably Panos, I think. So we have in the literature, there are studies where they compare the physical presence of the physical embodiment with virtual embodiment, that we do have a difference there. On the other hand, now with the use of LLMs, I know that people try to also develop more advanced chatbots and also more advanced robots for children, right? So for people. So these things will change, and pretty soon. And I mean, we experiment with this a lot. Again, I'm not entirely sure how these would impact the interaction in the future. And probably even if we have a robot, students in high schools inside the classroom for school-based activities, still they would want just a quick answer. This I cannot tell. We don't have at the moment this type of research, but we are observing a shift in terms of interaction with digital tools, I think, in a more general way. And I think this is not only about interactions with digital tools, but sometimes interactions with humans as well.
Thank you, Vicky. I'm Nikos Savouris from University of Patras. Thank you for this interesting talk. I have various concerns relating to your research, and I think a conference is a good point to start talking about it. Now, working with children is really a great responsibility for us researchers. And especially in the context you presented, social robotics, which I should say that's from the beginning, I'm totally against. I think it's a really bad idea, but anyway, but okay, I understand that as researchers, we need to explore interaction with them, with young children, and the impact it may have in their learning and the behavior, etc. But I'm always questioning, and as I get older, become more and more critical to the point of view our research community, our researchers, towards the industry and typical users. Now, you're doing research funded partly by Honda, who is their invested interest is to develop their, like Haro or other robots. They're famous for their great work, by the way. So their interest is to promote their products. And you go to countries like Uganda, which I don't know exactly the context of that particular school, but social robots, which is a typical technology of the global north, let's say, goes to global south to make an intervention there. And I will report my experience, because I've been working with learning technology for many years, when we went to, in this country, which probably we are more to the north than the south, we're in the border basically. where people were saying, okay, I will like your technologies, but the roof is leaking. So the priorities of that particular context were, and made me really feel very bad about it. And probably, I don't know the details of the Uganda experience, but it's an interesting point. And I'll come to the, I make reference to UNESCO recommendations for working with technologies, especially with children. And they refer, between many other things about privacy, etc., on the proportionality and do not harm. They always say that evaluate the risk-benefit balance. So for social robotics, do we evaluate whether it's better to have real human collaboration, better conditions, better teachers to which they communicate than interacting with this social robot? And have you questioned this and put that in perspective as with the ethical responsibility of you as researchers towards this this context, this situation, this research? This is just some thoughts.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to reflect on these mainly 3 points. And these, I can assure you that these are questions that I have all the time. I will start with the first one, which is, so the first one was about we do research with children, and we do research. Indeed, it is funded by Honda Research Institute. The main reason that I was engaged, so first of all, when I mentioned funding, it is not. I was at that point an employee of the European Commission. I was not allowed to get any money. The European Commission didn't get any money. So there was no money involved. The funding that gets from there, I like funding, it was like they provided the robot, the platform, and they provided the technical support because the European Commission does not have any technical, I mean, the Joint Research Center, they could not, at that point, I was in Sevilla, we didn't have the capacity to have like technical people running this type of studies, right? So the Honda provided the technical support through the university in Sevilla with roboticists and the platform. So this was their contribution, right? But as you said, they are developing this robot. This is the Honda Research Institute. This is not a product, right? So there might be a product at some point. There might not be a product, like Asimo, for example, never became a product, right? So they're more interested in developing the technology and from my point of view as a researcher and also as a person that I'm really deeply interested in child development and I want to put like my little contribution on this the best possible way, I wanted just to explore how people in industry would perceive these restrictions, say, from a policy point of view, or how they would behave if they collaborated with UNICEF and these people. So for me, the interaction between Honda and policy institutions, it was like the most important part that I wanted to be present and observe. And again, I chose Honda because of course, they are like a profit organization, but for me, it's not one of those institutions with very aggressive behavior. So their values align somehow with mine. So to answer your question about the involvement of Honda, this is the context. I wanted just to give you the context, so it's you have like a little bit. So. But again, this is something that at some point probably develop as a product. So in the second point, which is research in developing countries, I had exactly the same questions for me. So even before I started, I had multiple meetings with the teacher, and I asked exactly the same question to the teacher. I told her, I mean, you don't have floor, you don't have ceiling. Is there any point for us to do it? And the answer, I received two answers that are, I mean, still echoing in my ears. First answer was, this technology now is being developed. We want, I translate it in our language, right? I want to be part of the dialogue. And I want my kids also to be part of the dialogue. So I want not for Western children being part of that dialogue, and then at some point they come here with a robot, say like, this is what we are going to use, right? So, and I see this point. Of course, this is a very complex endeavor. I'm not saying that we solve this problem at all, right? But I see that as a starting point, even inside the community of human-robot interaction, to tell, to show to my colleagues, okay, probably we want to start involving other populations, even if at the moment do not seem relevant, or if they have other priorities to solve, right? So, and I gave them the option. So I asked them, they didn't receive money. It was like, volunteer, do you want to participate, etc. The second answer that I got, it was regarding children's experience through this interaction. So the kids had these kids that otherwise they would only interact within their environment, had the opportunity to interact with children in Japan. We had like calls all the time. They discussed, and what happened, it was, I mean, some people would say probably these kids in Uganda would gain something from kids in Japan, but in our case, it was exactly the opposite, because we had the kids in Japan being very introvert in their conversations, etc. So when I started, because initially we had separate calls, right? So not together immediately. So I wanted to have like separate calls from each of them. And in order to start a conversation and to keep a conversation with children in Japan, it was really difficult because they were very introvert. They wouldn't ask, they wouldn't initiate interaction, etc. While it was exactly the opposite with children in Uganda, where everyone wanted to participate. And then through this interaction, the children in Japan started also to communicate. So here we had a positive effect, probably in a different direction that most of the people would expect. And there was one more element that it was a little bit like I didn't expect at all. So the teacher asked me if we could have the sessions on a Saturday, not during the school hours. And I asked her why. And she told me in that case, girls stay less at home, so they have less possibilities to get pregnant. So still I get goosebumps. So although I see your point, these were the reasons that I proceeded with this. The third point was about the, remind me? What was the third one? But I think you get the point, right? So it's inclusion is really important. Oh yeah, I remember the point. I remember. So it was about human-to-human collaboration, human-to-human interaction in schools instead of human and robots, right? So here is, here I will talk about a little bit on my current project at MIT, where we are developing an ontology with 35,000 human occupations. And we are trying to understand the current status of AI replacing humans in jobs, not generally in jobs, because these 35,000 occupations have different tasks, and we have thousands and thousands of tasks where we have either only AI or robotics performing certain tasks, or we have collaboration between humans and robots. So I understand that, of course, human-to-human, especially in the field of education, human-to-human interaction is really important. We want our children to interact with human teachers, right? At the same time, I think all of us observe this rapid development of AI, and probably you have heard people predicting the change in occupations that this will be pretty fast. At the same time, we have a large community of, even they have a conference now. I mean, probably not now, but now it's like getting really, really popular. Is the conference of humanoids, right? So they are trying to develop general purpose robots. So given these developments, I believe that what we need to do as a community is also to educate students to be critical, to know how to collaborate with these tools, etc. So again, I wouldn't like to observe as a mother and as a researcher, people getting into their workplace and suddenly they have to collaborate with certain entities that they didn't encounter before. So this is like my main motivation.
Thank you for the great talk. Marios Konstantinidis from Science Center of Excellence in Cyprus. So I wanted to touch on your last point that you said to encourage policy, right? How we influence policy. So I was wondering from your experience, right? Having worked in European Union, now in research institutes, how can we as researchers practically influence policy? I mean, sometimes I reflect on my own papers and the papers that most of us in this room write, right? We write in the discussion, let's bridge this gap between academia, policy, and industry, right? Do you have any practical tips from your experience on how we can reach that level?
Yeah, first of all, this is very difficult. Even being, I was a researcher inside the European Commission, the independent research institute of the European Commission, that the main job was like science for policy, like evidence-based policy support. And still, this was, we as researchers, we did policy recommendations. Many of the times this will be ignored, right? So because there are so many factors around it, financial or political, etc., that, and again, science and scientific evidence is like a little part of it, and etc. So when you're outside the policy institutions, this becomes even more difficult, right? But again, at the moment, I think in the area, especially in the area of AI and digital tools, there are many international organizations. So the European Commission probably, I think many of you probably have already some interactions through the funding that the institution brings. My recommendation is that I acknowledge that this is very difficult. My recommendation is just make it as simple as possible, because policymakers do not read papers. Full stop. Just write like 3 sentences for them, as plain as possible, and this might at some point come to their ears. But yeah, this is my main recommendation, and thank you very much for the question.
Let me get started. Kalimera Xana. Hello, everyone. So now we're having the first session of the conference, the main program, the papers. The session is titled Human-Centered AI and Ethical Interaction. And it nicely follows the great keynote talk from Vicky on broader human and ethical aspects of AI. So some housekeeping. We have 8 papers in this session. We're going to do 2 papers now before we go for the break. We're running a little bit behind, but don't worry. They're part of our culture. So what we're going to do, we have 2 short papers now. The short papers are like 10 minutes, followed by 5 minutes Q&A. And then we're going to go for coffee, and we're going to start 10 minutes later, the coffee, 5-10 minutes later, the indicated time of the break. We're going to continue with another short paper, and then we have 5 full papers. Full papers are 15 minutes with 5 minutes Q&A. So I'll ask the authors to be sort of prepared and come a bit in advance for the next session. And for the first paper, we have, is it like moving here? No. Okay, so I thought it was like, all right. So the first paper is titled More Than a Prediction, Reframing AI's Role in More Than Human Design of Interaction. It's a short paper. It's going to be presented by Theodora Hamidi. Okay. Apologies for my pronunciation. Sorry.
So shall I begin? Okay. So hello, everyone. My name is Theodora Hamidi, and I'm here with my co-author, Eleni Haroupia. We are going to present our paper, More Than a Prediction, Reframing AI's Role in More Than Human Design of Interactions. We are young designers. We are graduates from this department, and as such, we would love to question. We also like to reform, sometimes even destroy old ideas and rebuild in established ideas. So in this spirit and this ideology, we came up with this paper where we are going to present today. Instead of celebrating AI as it is, as a powerful tool and maybe a co-designer, we wanted to challenge the narrative and ask what if AI could play a different role. This builds on the current debates of human-computer interaction and design research, where AI is increasingly being framed as a creative partner, but often without enough attention to ethics, ecology, or non-human perspectives. AI is increasingly embedded in design. Generative AI is used to create sketches, images, text, and even full concepts. But these systems are trained on human data, reproduce, of course, human assumptions. That makes them inherently anthropocentric. In design, this is a big problem. Human-centered design already has blind spots because it prioritizes usability and human needs, but often neglects ecosystems and non-human actors. Adding AI amplifies these biases at scale as the technology carries historical inequalities and entrenched worldviews into every suggestion it makes. So when we work in more than human or multi-species context, the danger is that AI ends up reinforcing human dominance while ignoring interdependencies and ecological balance. The challenge becomes how can we design for and with other species and not just for ourselves. This is the core problem of our work, and that's what we actually wanted to address.
So our proposal is not to abandon AI, of course, but to reframe its role. The current discourse often portrays AI as a co-designer, a partner that generates solutions and even contributes creatively. But we argue this kind of narrative overlooks some ethical risks. Instead, we suggest AI as a reflective companion. In this role, AI does not produce ideas or solve problems. Instead, it supports designers by surfacing more anthropocentric logic, ethical blind spots, and questioning assumptions, pointing out where our human-centeredness might be limiting. This reframing aligns with recent discussions around reflective AI, systems that support critical thinking instead of automation. But we extend this to more than human contexts where the stakes are higher because non-human stakeholders are very easily ignored.
So to structure this reflection, we use the BACT framework, which stands for Beings, Activities, Context, and Technology, and is actually built on BACT, which is a widely used framework on HCI to analyze people, activities, context, technologies, and yeah. So BACT expands it by explicitly including non-human actors and ecological systems. In beings, it includes both human and non-humans, their capacities, needs, and limitations. In activities, it consists of practices and behaviors used or disrupted, included multi-species interactions. In context, it refers to the environmental and social systems, seasonal cycles, habitats, and ecological relationships, for example. And finally, in technologies, it is used to investigate how, for example, technology mediates these relationships, whether it reinforces human control or fosters more equitable coexistence. Our innovation was to use BACT not just as a design tool, but as a training lens for AI. This way, AI reflection can be structured and systematic, and not just an ad hoc.
So how does this reflect in the process, how it works? So the designer develops the initial concept, of course. The AI asks structured questions based on BACT. Then the designer reflects, identifies blind spots, and reconsiders decisions. For example, AI might ask, have you considered seasonal rhythms? Or does this technology reinforce human control? So in that sense, AI doesn't solve the problem, but it prompts deeper thinking.
So to demonstrate how this could work, we developed a speculative scenario. We didn't build an AI tool. Instead, we created a speculative enactment in line with research through design and scenario-based design practices. And the aim is to show how a reflective AI might operate after ideation, not to evaluate an existing system. Our scenario is an urban park pavilion designed to engage visitors with pollinators like bees and butterflies. The concept included a booth with interactive displays, screens, ambient audio, and that actually. On the surface, this looks positive, but still, it can still reinforce human-centered logic and risk ecological disruption. Here's how a reflective cycle plays out in this case. Designer completes initial concept. AI guided by BACT asks structured questions. The designer reflects, revealing blind spots. Design decisions are reconsidered. Through reflection guided by BACT framework, the AI might ask the questions such as, have you mapped where pollinators feed, nest, or migrate? Could human gatherings disrupt their habitat access? Is the design aligned with seasonal pollinator behavior? And for technologies, could lighting or sound disorient nocturnal animals? These questions can provide solutions. They open a dialogue and surface issues the designer might otherwise overlook.
So you might be asking why this matters, and I think okay. The current challenge is how maybe multi-species. Oh, this is yours.
Oh, I'm very sorry. Okay, before we go, why this matters. She sees the next slide. I'm sorry. This reflection revealed issues the designer hadn't considered. The booth might block pollinator routes. Events could overlap with feeding cycles. The design ignored seasonal flowering patterns, and night lighting and sound could harm actually pollinators. The outcome is that the design gets reshaped, relocating the booth, rescheduling the events, integrating seasonal responsiveness, and adopting less intrusive technologies. The important point here is that AI didn't solve the problem. It acted as a reflecting companion, as we already said, surfacing issues that would otherwise be missed and prompting the designer to rethink their concept in more than human terms.
Now we ask, why does this matter? Okay, because multi-species design is notoriously difficult to put in practice. Design methods, tools, and evaluation frameworks are overwhelmingly human-centered, as they are now. Even when designers want to include non-human perspectives, they often lack in practical way to do so. The result is that many well-meaning projects end up in centering humans. They might look ecological on the surface, but actually reinforce anthropocentric defaults. Our proposal is not a solution to multi-species design in itself, but it does provide structure. With structure questioning through backed, reflective AI can act as training wheels, helping designers become more aware of non-human implication until this reflective practice becomes human second nature.
We also want to be honest about the limitations. First, BACT itself has anthropocentric origins. It is still human-made framework, so it can not fully capture non-human experiences. Second, there is a risk that reflection becomes performative rather than transformative, a box-ticking exercise that doesn't change outcomes. Third, there's a danger of moral outsourcing, where designers defer responsibility to AI and assume it has made their work ethical. So this tool cannot and should not be treated as an ethical guarantee. Future work should test reflective AI with practicing designers, extending beyond BACT to other frameworks, and importantly, develop accountability structures to help responsible humans be responsible for their design decisions. Finally, to conclude, what we propose is a new kind of AI partnership. Instead of seeing AI as a generator of solutions, we see it as a companion that provokes reflection. AI that provokes rather than resolves, questions rather than decides, and helps us pause, reflect, and reorient. This proposal reflects our identity as designers who enjoy questioning and rebuilding, as I said in the beginning. It is not a finished answer, but a starting point for deeper engagement with our community. And we want to leave you with a thought. Even when we design beyond the human, we risk making it about ourselves again. By asking AI to reflect things back to us, we must recognize that these tools are never neutral. They always guide us in specific ways, and it is our role as scientists and designers to decide how the systems should behave and how they should help us think. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. I subscribe to your approach, the critical HCI approach, and the idea of AI being a reflective companion, as you say. It reminds me a little bit of the Socratic method, where there's a question and answer, or a series of questions. But I'm wondering, in practice, what if humans do not embrace this kind of approach? Like in Vicky's research, where the children preferred the answers. They didn't want to spend time. They don't attribute to AI this kind of reflective companion role. They prefer AI as a functional tool that will help them out. How do you deal with that in this case?
So I was asking myself the same thing when I was hearing your talk as well. I'm pretty sure as a kid, I would do the same thing. I would be like, okay, these things are boring. Just give me the answer. Let's just scroll to the end. Just because I would like just if I was asking for an equation, I would like the result. But when we are talking about adults, and let's say responsible adults that are designers, we hopefully believe, I hopefully believe that we are going to be using tools that we understand, that just giving them the answer. I believe we are already experiencing that the answer that AI provides us with is already structured with a certain way that seems very in a box. It very limited. Yeah, we are already recognizing how this is limited. I believe as we go through the next years and we see that it's not enough what AI is providing us with, because it might be creative, but it doesn't have the capacity to be as creative as an actual human being. So far, that's what I believe as well. I hopefully want to think that this kind of tools are for the next step of AI, for the people that want to have this kind of interaction with it. And again, I think it's mostly for adults, because as a kid, I would also see myself looking for the answer, even though if it was served very nice in a gift with so many information. I see myself as well as those kids. Yeah.
Thanks for the presentation. My question is a bit of a follow-up to Maria's question. I think you can even show a parallel to, let's say, scientific peer review. And when I teach my students about peer review, we think about giving constructive feedback, and that also includes showing possible steps for the authors to implement. So to articulate a bit more how you could address that question, for example. And I'm wondering the same is, are people gonna just like make a tick at the question and be like, yeah, didn't really think about it? What are your thoughts about implementing some of those structures that you mentioned, so that those questions are actually like thought about, taken seriously, and people like really think about it? Or are you thinking about, can the AI maybe provide some suggestions, make use of its power to also come up with solutions and give more constructive questions and feedback?
Okay, so I think all these questions kind of drive back to values and why we design things and the like background behind everything. So you cannot force someone to like include multi-species concern or animals or pollinators into the design. Of course, there are laws slowly coming up, and some people will kind of feel forced to do it. But again, as you say, it has to come from like a deeper place of understanding that it's a responsibility of the designer. So it's not like a must do, but responsible kind of positive move forward. So I guess kind of can't be forced in that way. But if I think the diversity of approaches, so some people can be forced like to do it, and some people can really from a deep place just want to do it. And we want all the help we can get for this issue. I think like environmental problems at this point really need all the help that they can get. So everything can work.
Also, something to add to your answer is that, as we said previously, is that at least in this area of research on more than human design, we need to reinforce more practices that help people go from theory to practice. We already have so much theory, which is not bad. We should continue to do that, but there's no way for people to just start acting upon it, not just read on it. I mean, there are ways, of course, but we're trying to create the way to become a second nature for them to think that way, and then not even need tick boxes or AI or anything like that.
The mechanics of the technology you used, you had some very interesting questions there based on your BACT framework. And it wasn't clear to me whether these questions were asked by you and tried AI to provide you with some insights, or AI given a certain context of your research, take the point of view of the bee or another species, and in order to give that perspective and answer this question and provide these questions. So can you make it a little bit more clear exactly how you produce these interesting questions?
Yes, those questions were from a speculative scenario. So they were proposed by us. There was a scenario proposed by us, and the end goal is that let's say chatbox or an AI that works on that has used our framework. Yes, I'm sorry. It's going to be asking similar questions. So it was a scenario based on what we would like for it to happen, and we would like, of course, to be more questions. Not just there will be more follow-up questions like, okay, you did that. That's your answer now. Are there other suggestions that should be made as well? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's okay. It was one of the slides as well. It was some proposals. It changed, for example, we changed the technologies. We used technologies that were less intrusive for nocturnal animals. We changed the time of the period of the time that we would put up the booth, because it was during a period that would interrupt the pollinators. We also relocated in a different area. So the idea was that, okay, we thought we were doing a good thing, just putting up a booth in the middle of nowhere. But just by asking 3 questions, we could solve just by relocating it, change the technology, changing the time, the period. We would reproduce something that was more inclusive.
Cochlear implant rehabilitation. Let me handle it. Yeah. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay. Greetings. Let me start the timer. Greetings. I'm very happy to be here with you all. I'm Christos Katsanos from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. I'm an assistant professor there in the Department of Informatics. And together with my former student, Maria Katsikeru, and a colleague, Dimitra Ioannou, and my wife too, we did a work called CI application, a user-centered, mainly Maria, web app for post-operative cochlear implant rehabilitation. This is the result of an MSc thesis. Brief introduction. Cochlear implants, or I will use CI for being brief. It's assistive technology for people with deafness or severe hearing loss. You can see an example in this picture on the bottom. And it basically bypasses the cochlea and directly stimulates the auditory nerve, which means you need to relearn how to hear speech or whatever noise or whatever else. I won't go into much depth about this, but it requires extensive rehabilitation after the surgery. So our research motivation, there is a need in the literature for home-based CI rehabilitation. Of course, it's complementary training. It's not replacing therapy. People with this CI implant also do speech and language therapy and various other supporting therapists to help them relearn how to hear. And our goal was to develop a tool, this acronym CI from the cochlear implant application, to support personalized home-based cochlear implant rehabilitation. This is addressed to people with CI implants to practice exercises at home, of course, to their therapists too, to upload and personalize training material. We obviously are here, so we follow a user-centered design cycle. This is the first iteration, actually, of the tool that we report here. We involve people with cochlear implant, caregivers, because some of the users with cochlear implant were not the legal age, let's say, they were under 18, and therapists, so their caregivers were with us in the interviews. We did a user requirement study, first with a questionnaire with 32 participants, 23, as you can see, cochlear implant users and 9 caregivers. And some of them followed up with interviews, 16 open-ended questions. We also have had people involved, especially speech and language therapists specializing in CI rehabilitation in the whole process to help us with ideas, design things, etc. We did iterative prototyping and evaluation in an informal, mainly way, with a few users each time. And we did, to close the cycle, a formative user study, more focusing on some basic quantitative things. 10 participants, not involved previously in any part of the design, and they did some tasks with the tool and completed the system usability scale to get a first insight on what level of usability the system is. So some highlights. I don't have the time to go into much depth. We had a highly diverse sample of users. You can see diversion in terms of user age, implantation age, and speech therapy duration. Some key user needs we managed to accumulate. They asked for specific type of exercise, which is more or less the exercises they do in other formats, of course, mainly with printed cards and stuff in their therapy sessions. They asked for realistic listening scenarios. For example, I want to be able to participate, to listen to sounds in the phone or music with lyrics. Multi-voice exercises, many people talking at the same time. Multimodal feedback, progressive difficulty of the exercises, their progress tracking, and they didn't say gamification, but they said, I wanted to be fun, I wanted to stay engaged, stuff like this. So some of the mock-ups that we use the tool to create them, this is an example. We also developed functional prototypes, actually with the web-based technology that we anyways used to develop the final product. In terms of implementation, you can see here some details, doesn't matter too much. Now it's a web-based application. Okay, and why WordPress? Sorry, because the main reason that Maria was already professionally using it, okay, to be honest, but it's also, that's the convenient for the development team. It also had ready-to-use functionalities and easy to extend with plugins, but it's also convenient for end users. It has some dashboards ready that you can use it, customize things without, of course, the therapists don't know how to code, so we needed some front end for them to personalize the environment. Now, main user flows, there are actually two, one for the learners or the people with implants, we also call them learners here. Learners using CI to engage in auditory training, which is the main task. We have exercising covering what they asked, sounds, phonemes, syllables, words, sentences. I will show some brief examples. You can see here sound discrimination exercise. For example, you listen to an auditory stimulus and select the correct visual representation. You actually see an exercise on the bottom. Sorry, it's in Greek, but it was for Greek people. So it doesn't matter, ignore the labels. It also has realistic listening environments, for example, animals, domestic and urban sounds. Here we got great help from the therapists that were involved in the user requirements. Some of this is actually their content from the actual exercise, but translated to the online world. Phoneme discrimination exercise. You listen to a stimulus and select the matching test from 4 options. You can see here, you can play the sound, you listen, and you need to select. Here is for the days of the week, I think, yes. So you need to listen and select the appropriate answer. Of course, you get feedback, as I will say afterwards. Syllable or word counting task. Again, you listen to the stimuli and you have to count and select the number of syllables or the number of words if it's in sentence. All these are types of exercise they anyways do. And in all cases, they have immediate feedback. There is also a point system. We haven't implemented yet badges and other stuff, so it's very early, let's say, gamification mechanism. You accumulate some points and you will reach some levels that will give badges. Now, moving on to the other main typical user, which is a therapist that personalizes auditory training. He has a dashboard to upload and modify exercises for the people he actually treats. You can see here some screenshots. I won't go too much into detail, but the main idea is for him to be able to easily upload his material and select what type of exercise it is, and add images or sound stimuli he has recorded, he has downloaded, and etc. So, evaluation study, the final step I mentioned for this iterative cycle, it was mainly this part quantitative, 10 users, native Greek speakers, obviously. They did tasks with the application and they completed the Greek version of the system usability scale. The results, we have a rather good score, it's 87. I also give the confidence interval and standard deviations. This means if we take into account, because we have a rather small sample size, the confidence interval, this is good to best manageable if you see the labels on the bottom, which is from a large data set from Bagor and Tal about how we interpret SUS values. So at this point, it's good to best manageable in terms of perceived usability, which is good, but it means that it can also get better. So limitations and future directions. We have a limited participation of therapists overall, but also none in the user testing study. Of course, it's not only about usability. We need to address other things. And gamification elements were very limited, although because it was also a requirement, but we didn't have much time to develop this part. Remember, this is also an MSc thesis, so it's rather academically limited. We plan to involve more therapists in evaluation, assess clinical effectiveness, and extend features. Yep, I know it. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much for the presentation, and I think this is a really cool tool. I was really interested in the therapist's perspective, and I know that you had limited data from therapists, but maybe you can speculate a bit. I know this was not really about AI for this tool, but generally there's so much discussion about or speculation about whole professions being replaced by AI in the future. And so I was asking myself, do you think that there's a danger that in some professions the willingness to actually engage with technology and use technology in their work will decrease because there's this fear of being replaced by technology as a professional? Do you think that this is a growing problem also for interface designers in the future?
Okay, thank you very much. You are talking from the therapist's perspective, right? If they fear that they will be replaced by the machine. I think this is a recurring fear in the human society. I don't think they will get replaced. I think that as is in all terms of technology, every time we shift the paradigm, it's how we use the technology. It's not about the technology itself. I mean, you can use nuclear power to destroy or to power things and help. So I don't think, we didn't ask them to, but they didn't mention anything about this. It doesn't have also anything about in here. It could have, but it doesn't. So they didn't mention themselves. They were very positive about this because they also see the need. I mean, they have sessions of 1 hour or 2 hours per week with their patients, but this is not enough clearly to relearn how you hear, because this is the goal there. So they also gave exercises at home, but this required the involvement of parents or family members to actually help them speak and they hear. So this is, they wanted to be independent, of course, both patients and caregivers. So they rather embraced this thing. It also helped that we came from an academic environment. So we said with the study, please help us, etc. So this helps too. We didn't say we are a company, we want to sell it. You're welcome.
Perception is based on cognitive models we already have of reality. Like we understand sounds and images because we have a good understanding of the source or the context. Now, if I understood correctly, this was a tool that was for a wide spectrum of individuals from 1 to 60 years old people. So these obviously have completely different cognitive models of reality. So sound, like the example you gave of different animals, that's could even a 1-year-old understand that, but perhaps more complex, more complicated examples would not be suitable for any individual who is using this. So this just makes me worrying. You said you didn't use AI, but at least to build onto the specific characteristics of a user, that would be very useful to give examples and provide cases for building this ability, which was your objective, based on perception of sounds that are familiar and images associated familiar to the particular individual. So
to help the therapist create the content for them.
Yeah, or I don't know, you had a superset and the therapist would decide on the specific one.
That was the case.
Yeah, but the machine could also perhaps build as they progress the scenario of the particular one. And the last question is a comment. I'm really sick of seeing SUS used for evaluating this. SUS is good for a product when you have a big sample, and just to give you an indication of how the users perceive the usability of this particular tool or instrument. This example, I think, you said first it was a prototype, it wasn't a product, and then you didn't have a big sample anyway. So it would have been much more interesting for all of us and for you to do a more qualitative research, see exactly the conditions, how they used it, how they improved, do a journal-based study, longitudinal study, interviews, focus groups. There are many other techniques we have, which to me are much more suitable for this kind of research. And with n equals 10, I wouldn't report statistics, even descriptive statistics.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so the first point was that we should use AI to produce content. If I do some technique, yeah. Okay, yeah. This is not. This was not the goal of the project, anyways. So it could be a great extension in the future, but here we had the people the experts that provided the content. I can understand the limitations, but the idea is that anyways, the therapist creates personalized. If it's for a 1-year-old, 2-year, he will obviously create animal sounds. If it's for an older person, he will create the appropriate content. So the second point was about using SUS. Yeah, here the main limitation was, I agree that we could use more qualitative insights as a final step, although we did qualitative parts to gather requirements. We did do interviews and evaluations for but this was an MSc thesis. So we can't do many longitudinal things. I mean, so it was at a point that we had to say it's over. Yeah, it's over because she wanted also to Maria to earn her MSc thesis. But of course, I can understand the criticism on this.
So some quick housekeeping. We have 2 minutes for talk. Great. I'm joking. Well, I'm right, but don't worry. We're going to back the house.
time will heal me, drying all my tears. I finally wanna live and build a world where we'll be safe. I finally wanna give the love that no one gave to me. I finally wanna shine, allow myself to touch the light. I finally wanna reach so many
Hello, everyone. We're starting shortly the second part of session one. I would kindly ask you to come back to the room. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. I hope you had a good time, a coffee break. So now we have the second part of the first session, the human-centered AI and ethical interaction. The second part has 6 papers. We're starting with a short paper, followed up by 5 papers. And then once we're done, we're going to have lunch. The first paper in the second part is titled User Experience in Sustainable Tourism, Enhancing Transparency in Tour Guide App Recommendation. That is going to be presented by Dimitra Hassanidou and Kostas Boletsis, also co-authored with John Krogsty.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dimitra Hassanidou. I'm a postdoc researcher at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology, together with John Krogsty, a professor in the NTNU, and we collaborate with SINTEF and Kostas Boletsis, who is a senior research scientist. We will talk about the user experience in sustainable tourism. And before that, I would like to lay the ground and to introduce you the background of this work. At the Center for Sustainable ICT, we work a lot to develop and evolve the sustainable ICT solutions. We work in different projects together with academics and industrial partners. And we have several projects some well-known, like the Go for IT, which is an arena for twin transition in Norway. And this is a collaboration between private business, academia, and the public sector, where the focus is mostly on sustainability and developing a toolkit to improve the sustainable solutions in several areas. Another case which we have worked in the past is the Gaia Vesterålen project, which aims to promote environmental awareness and sustainable development in the area of Vesterålen, which is in Norway. And another example, we worked a lot with sustainability of AI tools in the University of Oslo, is together with the library. So the first screenshot is from the Gaia Vesterålen, which is also a VR application. And the second one is actually the motivation for this work, a previous example of an app, sustainability design project, the Audioneer. Also, I would like to mention our definition on sustainability. We view sustainability as a multidimensional concept. Sometimes in the literature, they introduce three concepts. Environmental, technical, and economic are central aspects of sustainability. However, we view sustainability as a fifth dimensional concept, including also the social and the individual aspects. And therefore, this visualization illustrates the complexity, but also the three layers of sustainability with immediate, enabling, and structural effects. Our topic is on sustainable tourism, and we would like to minimize the negative impacts of tourism, for instance, over-tourism, and the effect of environmental degradation and economic disparities for a particular area. On the other hand, decision makers sometimes have multiple conflicting criteria, and therefore we should balance this to ensure sustainable outcomes in the short and long-term effects. MCDM, as we call it, multi-criteria decision-making frameworks, have been applied in the past, and they allow all the stakeholders to evaluate alternatives according to rates of environmental, social, and economic criteria. However, these approaches often lack transparency, meaning that the user cannot see the criteria and how the decisions are being made. AI and LLMs can effectively address this limitation, and we have a proof of concept for that, our preliminary work. Our goal is to explore the UI design to shape transparent AI-assisted decision support systems for the particular area of sustainable tourism. We have the case for the city of Oslo, and we developed a prototype for sustainable tourism recommender system that integrates both MCDM framework and LLM-based natural language explanation, which will prove that enhances transparency, usability, and user trust.
So to do that, we developed a prototype in the form of a web-based tour guide application. It was applied in the city of Oslo, and we had 13 places of interest, meaning tourist sites. It was developed as a proof of concept, so it's at the feasibility stage. And as you can see on the screenshot on the right, at first the travelers had to express their personal priorities through a lightweight kind of vanilla interface. And we had selected 4 criteria for the users to apply their own weights. It was real-time crowd capacity at the location, the weather conditions, the distance between the traveler and the place of interest, and the local air quality. Then we applied the MCDM formula that consists of the weights from the users as collected previously, and then data from for the other 4 criteria. For crowd capacity, we use simulated data since we didn't have access to any real kind of data. For the weather, we used the Meteorological Institute of Norway and their API. For distance, we used Euclidean distance, meaning the shortest path between 2 points. And for the air quality, again, data from the Meteorological Institute live data. Then we applied the Borda count ranking method, meaning that for each place of interest, there was a ranking when compared to other places of interest. And then we would apply the user weights and create a sum of all of those together, thus compiling the total score. All those recommendations, the rankings, were generated and displayed on an interactive map, as you can see on the screenshots, along with additional information for each place. And naturally, this MCDM formula was simplified since at this stage of at this research stage, the user interface was prioritized instead of content accuracy. Then we implemented a conversational assistant in the same user interface that was implemented with OpenAI's chat completion API, and it was integrated in the user interface as a button that would trigger a drop-down interactive box. And there we had like a minimal message sent to the API consisting of a static system prompt. It supported free text user queries, but only for the rankings, and included 3 predefined input options in order to assist, to help travelers that are on the go. The goal was to assess perceived usability, overall user experience, and also to gather qualitative insights into the transparency and interpretability of the recommendations. We had 13 users that was asked to role play a scenario where they were located at the Oslo Central Station, a quite central point in Oslo, and were intended to visit those 13 very popular places of interest. Then they could explore the application on their smartphones for 15 to 20 minutes. And then they were invited to complete a questionnaire consisting of demographics, system usability scale survey. I can see a question coming for that. but anyway, the SUS was only like a warm-up for the nice qualitative section that 6 open-ended questions on user satisfaction, usable features, the confusing or challenging aspects of the interface, how they interacted with the LLM, suggestions for improvement, and how the application might influence their future planning, travel planning decisions. What we found out is that it had nice usability. You can see the score up there. The integration of the real-time contextual data was highly valued, and the users felt that the ranking were nicely explained by the conversational assistant. At the same time, the weighting, the user-defined weighting lacked context. The free text queries were not related to the rankings. Actually, the free text queries that were not related to the rankings degraded the perceived performance of the assistant. And overall, we managed to identify some interaction gaps that we're going to address in future implementation, but definitely that was a constructive first step towards exploring the integration of MCDM with an LLM-based natural language explanation interface, always for sustainable tourism planning.
Actually, thank you for interesting. How just a clarification. So you had users actually role play in a lab environment, or were they actually located in the
No,
central station?
it was like an office environment.
Okay, and why didn't you do it in situ? Like,
It mostly practical reasons, like the fact that it's still a feasibility study targeting to being integrated into another bigger project. So that was like a first step. Instead of doing like a workshop with pen and paper stuff and make a few sketches and say, would you like that in an application? We took it to a higher fidelity level.
Okay.
Because it was probably much easier to do that, to do like the technical implementation and the role play, instead of going into a workshop kind of environment with pen and paper. So that's why it's a short paper. The contribution is, of course, is not huge, but at least it's practical in the sense that in future steps it's going to be integrated into another project that we have for visually impaired.
So are you planning to actually put it out for ecological validity purposes? Because obviously, holding your device has an impact on the user experience for sure, and the usability perhaps.
So we studied that extensively in the past, so with regular users, and we also had a project with visually impaired users where the audio information in a tour guide context also important, so GPS based. And the idea here is to essentially how we integrate this MCDM algorithm in a way that is understandable by the users.
Congratulations, interesting. So it probably was my fault because I arrived a little bit late, so I missed the beginning. So just clarification question, like Maria. This is a recommendation provided, which is points of interest throughout the city of Oslo, which obviously would depend on the actual location of the user. So if I'm, I don't know, the northern end of the city, the recommendation perhaps because the distance from a point of interest will be different. So the ecological validity of doing this in a lab, it changes as discussed
definitely.
just previously. What I would like from this transparency to figure out is you have some terms in this formula which relate to the crowd, the weather, the distance, and the air. Try to figure out first how you define them, how to calculate them, and whether they're adapted and derived from the questionnaire at the beginning for each individual user. Just a clarification, because it's not clear for me how you do actually calculate this, which will impact the recommendation.
So those 4 criteria are empirical, so based on the previous projects that Dimitra presented, like here, we had this one. And at the same time, it was also practical, what kind of live data we can get. And I mean, we know in Norway, weather and air quality is like number 1, even though air quality is never bad over there. So essentially we didn't focus on which criteria, because this is something that can change, but we focus on the user interface design. So the questions that were asked in the end was not like if, I don't know, air quality is meaningful for you, or if you would change your travel decision based on air quality, but if there was something that would give you suggestions based on what you would like weather or distance, would you take that approach? Would you take that recommendation? So that's why we're stating here that the formula is simplified. Naturally, it's way more complex to choose the criteria. It cannot just be 4 criteria in this stage. So at first we started with the user interface, and then at the end we're going to look at the backend, which criteria we're going to choose, and this is something that can also be localized. Norway won't have the same criteria as Greece.
Maybe a quick follow-up on that. How would you consider to make this work applying other contexts? So as you said, Oslo or Norway in general might have different characteristics of other countries. If we were to apply that in Greece or Cyprus, how would we do it?
And I think my last sentence was like, first of all, change the criteria, localize the criteria. That would be first. Then also we have to see if it's an urban environment like city of Oslo, or if it's a rural outside the city. So yeah, but first of all, it's the criteria based on which the traveler should make their decision. And let's say Norway, it's weather or whatever. In Greece, maybe something else, but that should derive from literature.
The next paper is titled "The Differential Effects of Algorithmic Recommendations on User Experience, Enjoyment, and Serendipity in Everyday Music Streaming." It's going to be presented by Felix Dietrich and co-authored. Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll leave it to you.
Oh yeah, it's just. All right, so hi everyone. I'm Felix, and I'm presenting this project also on behalf of my co-authors Rebecca Kreling, Alicia Gilbert, and Leonard Reinecke, who are also here today, but also Alicia Ernst, Benedikt Rohr, and Michael Scharko, who unfortunately could not make it here. And we are from the Media Psychology Lab at the University of Mainz in Germany. And there, one of our primary research interests is how and why people use entertainment media, and to look at this especially in the everyday lives of these media users. And increasingly, this research is challenged by algorithmic recommender systems, because traditionally many theories assume that people just select media in different situations for different reasons. And now, due to these shifts in agency and also support in selecting this content through algorithmic recommender systems, we thought it would be very interesting to come to a conference like this one, where there are a lot of people who work on this kind of stuff. And so, yeah, we thought we wanted to look at one very specific instance of algorithmically curated entertainment media use, because if you look at the literature, there's already a lot of research about TikTok, especially because this is like the prime example of personalized entertainment media. But we thought that also more traditional media use contexts like listening to music or watching a movie are also increasingly personalized. And we wanted to look at this with the example of Spotify, because Spotify specifically emphasizes personalization very centrally as key to the user experience on the platform, as you can see, for example, in this screenshot there. So even in playlists where you don't really see this, so where there's low transparency of this personalization, like here on the left side, the songs in these playlists are personalized to the user, but then there are also playlists that signal this very openly and say, this is made for you, and this is your flashback or whatever. And although, of course, this is marketed as being great for user experience, there's also some academic research that shows that this is kind of more complicated, and that users build complicated socio-technical relationships with these recommendations. There's one great paper titled "Don't Mess with My Algorithm," so you don't want this changed. And so, we wanted to look at this, at the example of Spotify, and we would say that this is important specifically because on the one hand, negative experiences can reduce engagement with such platforms, but also if people can't really utilize the positive effects of using these entertainment media, this is also bad for users' well-being at the end. And we argue that it's kind of unclear from previous research, or there's research on these different areas, if these problems are more related to functional components of this personalization, so how it is designed, how it actually works, what it does, or to how users perceive this, so that they feel less in control, that they have less agency And so we wanted to look at this in the everyday life of people using Spotify. And so we looked at two very broad facets of user experience enjoyment, which is very central to user experience research, but also to our research on entertainment, because enjoyment is very central to using entertainment media. But also we looked at serendipity, so making discoveries that are somewhat unexpected, but also perceived as relevant or useful by the user. And this is also very central to algorithmic design, but you can also look at this from a user experience perspective. Do users make this experience? And so we posed two research questions. So the first one, to what extent do these functional, so just an algorithm being there, a listening session being more strongly personalized than other listening sessions, but also perceptual components. So is this made transparent in the user interface? But also, how do users perceive that? Do they feel in control? And also, to what extent are they more generally aware or unaware of how algorithms work on these platforms? How do these contribute to users' situational enjoyment in a listening session and to their experience of serendipity? And to look at this in the everyday life of media users, we conducted a linkage study in which we combined the experience sampling method, which is an intensive longitudinal survey method in which we sent 6 SMS text messages to our participants, 144 students, over the course of 2 weeks, so 6 SMS per day. And we asked them to fill out a short survey. And this we linked with the Spotify API. So every time a participant opened the survey in the background, we accessed the songs that participants listened to prior to this survey. And this was very useful for 2 reasons. The first one is, you can see it in the screenshot on the right side, it's in German, but we could frame our survey questions. So we could say, like, on this day, at this time, so just before we asked, you listen to music, for example, this song and that song, and then we could ask them, for example, how much do you enjoy listening to this music? But also we could look at some of the contextual features of the listening episode. So for example, we could see if people selected music from an album or from a playlist that they created themselves, or if they selected music from some of these Spotify playlists that I showed at the beginning, which some of them have these interface features showing this is personalized and others don't have. So we could distinguish this. And then relevant for what I'm presenting here, we surveyed these variables that I already talked about. So most of these were single items because, of course, you have to keep these questionnaires rather short because participants have to fill them out multiple times a day. And so we looked at their enjoyment, their perceived serendipity. So did they find this unexpected and did they find this useful? And we also asked them how they perceived the session. So to what extent was this algorithmically personalized? And before participants started with this ESM period, we also asked them once about different facets of algorithmic awareness. So are they aware generally that these the content on these platforms is personalized, that their own behavior on these platforms shapes how content is personalized, and also if they have concerns about that, that they don't really know how this happens. And so if we look at the results, first of all, we can see that algorithmically personalized listening is very common on these platforms. And also I want to point you specifically here at the interclass correlation coefficient, the ICC, which is rather small here, so 0.27 or 0.25, which suggests that only a small share of the variance in which situations do people select personalized music versus they select music themselves, is shaped by person-specific influences. So for example, some people just are more likely to select personalized music than others. So there's a lot, you can also see that in the plot here. So there's a lot of variance, which I think is just very interesting to look into that, to understand when do people choose to give away their agency, to just say, okay, algorithm, give me some music, and when do they choose to select music themselves. And so if we look at the results to our research questions, we can see first, if we start, it's a little bit small at the left column in the plot here, we can see that across all of these measures, so both a session in the everyday life of the users being more strongly personalized than usual for this person is associated with less enjoyment. And this is only very, very slightly weaker if this is more transparent in this session. And this is also the case for users' own perception of this curation. And very similarly, in the middle column, you can see that, again, across all of three of these measures, these sessions were perceived as more novel or unexpected, which is kind of unsurprising, right? If you let the music be curated for you, you don't really know what you're getting. And this is only a little bit less surprising for users who have high trait human algorithm interplay awareness, so who know that these suggestions are shaped by their own behavior, which is also not that surprising. But, and I think that is really interesting, we don't really across all of these see any interaction effects with users' trait algorithmic awareness. And we only see one instance here in the right column where users actually perceived these unexpected encounters with music as more useful, and they evaluated them positively, which was if sessions were with very high interface transparency, and also users had or were more than average or had a higher than average trait automated decision-making awareness. So users really, really need to know what's going on there. So they have to have a high trait awareness of this, and they also need to see it in the interface to evaluate this positively. And so summing this all up, yeah, we can say that algorithmic curation in the case of music listening kind of has differential effects. So it seems to reduce enjoyment in the sessions that we looked at, but it partially increases serendipity. And yeah, that's probably nothing new to many of you, but we can see here again that user awareness and interface transparency are really important to shape these effects. So the positive evaluation here only in this one effect here on the right. So practical implications of this, I think, could be that for streaming platforms, for example, over-reliance on algorithmic personalization, so Spotify going all in on this and saying like, this is the only way that people want to listen to music to, it's maybe not the best for user experience. And yeah, again, to emphasize that user agency and transparency are really important in fostering positive experiences. And I think this is especially important because like this contribution, you probably knew about that, but this is like a study in the everyday life of users, the first study using this linkage design, so ESM plus digital trace data to look at this in the context of music listening. And yeah, we can really highlight this nuanced design and also this variance if you think back to this scatter plot that you saw. So there's a lot more to explore. When do people really choose to listen to personalized music, and when do they want to select music themselves? So I put some future directions in there that could be done, like try, because we of course kind of broadly reverse engineered these algorithmic curation features from the API data. So obviously it would be very interesting to also try to very specifically manipulate some of these features in experimental designs. Then also kind of based on the limitation of the study, we only surveyed students. So probably if you use a more diverse sample, maybe this will get even more complicated and more diverse. And also we only looked at music listening. So again, if you also look at other entertainment contexts or other entertainment platforms, this will be more complex. So yeah, that's what I'm ending on here, would be just my question for you. So how can we explain all of this variance? What are the main and the most important aspects? That's what I'd be interested to talk about, and I'm interested in your views on that. Thank you very much.
I have a question for the organizers. If we could close out that window, as we've done with the left one, I don't know whether there is anybody from university here, because it's beautiful outside. You can see plants and the city, but it's hard to see your slides because the bright sun makes it. Sorry for asking this because I had difficulty, and then I go to the question to you. You show us that plot. You have no color there.
Yeah.
It's intentional, I guess. It's a color code shades of gray, but I see no real colors unless it's my eyes.
Yeah.
And do I have to interpret that because you finally said, please give me some feedback. Thank you. I think it's much clearer now. Huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Now the question is, what are the axes, the horizontal and the vertical one? What do they mean? What are the colors? Because I can see there a color or shade coding, and what is the that makes
I'm gonna try. Okay, now.
Okay, if we can
like that.
Participants and then
Yeah. Okay, I'll tell you.
Okay.
So the y-axis is just each individual participant. So we had 144 participants. So each row is one participant, and then the x-axis is time of day. So this is just from midnight at one day to midnight the next day. And so we can just see people listen to music across most of the day, and it's very, very broadly distributed. And then the color or the shades of black represent the degree of algorithmic curation in the session. So we calculated a score from this API data representing the amount of songs that were selected in a listening session that were selected from the Spotify playlist that I showed at the beginning. And so the darker the color, the more strongly personalized this session was. And I would say, I don't know if you see anything in there, but I would say you don't see any patterns in there. So that was my main argument that I wanted to make. There's a lot of variance. There's not really any way you would see like, okay, one person only listens to personalized music, another person only listens to music they choose themselves, or they only do it in the morning, or they only do it in the evening, but it's just like all over the place.
These guys never sleep to start.
Yeah, and that also, it's students, right?
But there is a concentration on the top and in the middle of the page. There's a concentration. It's just arbitrary. It's random. You haven't ranked them somehow. They're just random, the participants, right? Each line is one participant.
Right.
Correct?
Yes.
So just happens that at the top you see more darker and bigger
that's
dots, but that's rather random.
Yeah, that's random. I guess maybe if we wanted to improve the plot, we could also arrange them according to some socio-demographic, for example, and see if there's a pattern.
Okay, can I just follow up on the main finding? The main finding of is that you curated the algorithmic produced streams do not produce high user satisfaction. People are not happy.
Yeah, even it's a negative effect. So there's less enjoyment, there's less satisfaction.
Surprising in a way because we know that all this they put a lot of effort to personalize and use data from others similar to you people and also your past history, and they combine these two in order to produce you a satisfactory experience. Yes. And you say that this is not how they would do it. Okay, and is this
that's what we see when people use it in their everyday lives, at least. And to some extent, I would say some explanation for that could be that obviously people enjoy listening to their own music more. So if you select music yourself, you'll probably select your favorite music and you'll enjoy that a lot more than maybe different music. But there are situations, and that's again what I'm getting at here with all this variance, where you want to discover something new, and that can be very enjoyable. But apparently right now, this is not always the case, because then we wouldn't see this effect.
Just
the
an
negative.
idea here would be, which is as you described your co-author, that this is very surprising, the randomness of this, this image. I would relate this because I can imagine myself focusing in listening to music where I actively select the music I want to listen to, or music is something in the background while I'm focusing on other activities like studying, etc. So if I had related this behavior not just from the random daily life of people without looking into more detail of the tasks they were engaged with and what their focus was, they might find interesting. You might find interesting patterns there, which are missing here because you don't have this kind of.
We actually surveyed some of the additional activities. So we looked at or we asked people what they did while they listened to music. I didn't do analysis about this for the talk here, so we can look at that.
You introduced the serendipity factor in your algorithmic work. I mean, you try to create diversity in your recommendations in order to attract engagement. I mean, you try to have different or new non-personalized items. How can you measure the diversity, the serendipity? How you can find, if there is an algorithmic way to find what is the new song or something that will attract the user, except from the usual context-based filtering that you use for personalization? How can you find something that is new or it includes serendipity or diversity? It's very difficult to find something out of the box of the recommendation in order to attract the engagement of the user. It's like the news that we try to have to find news outside of the news bubble.
Yeah,
we have to select other news that maybe it's not part of the personalization, but will attract the user. It would be important for the reader to read that news. Do you have any metrics in order to find which is the correct diversity item that will be included?
We only have very limited data on this because I'm not Spotify and I'm also not collaborating with Spotify on this research. We actually selected Spotify because you can get a lot more data than with other entertainment platforms right now through the API. So you can get some content features. You can get information about the energy of the music, about the balance of the music, about, I don't know, some metrics about that. And we also tried to look at some diversity measures, how this impacts enjoyment. I don't remember all of that, but I can look up some of the effects that we saw there if you're interested in that. But yeah, we only very limited data.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
So the next paper that is in line is going to be presented by Alicia Gilbert, and is titled 101 Reasons to Stop. a systematic review of media cues for disengagement. And it's going to be show up in a minute.
Okay, this is the second project from our media psychology team that we would like to present today. We thought this is a project of ours that might be interesting to the CHI community too, because I'm going to present to you a review of literature from both CHI, communication science, also a lot of other disciplines on this topic of media use disengagement. When do people actually stop their media use? We heard right now in design, we invest a lot in algorithmic curation, personalization of content. Design is supposed to be frictionless. And in today's media environment, content is also permanently available to users, which is a big change from previous analog media forms where people had to watch TV in the evening when a program was on, and today they can access it all the time. So the entertainment environment has changed quite a bit, and we do see that in our empirical data time and time again that people really like this. So they, maybe not on Spotify, with music it's a bit different, but for example, on Netflix, we see that this curation, frictionless design, so on, is really appreciated by users. They don't want to miss it. They experience it as highly entertaining. At the same time, we also see in our data that people hate that too. At the same time. So they report to us that they feel like they have no control over their own media use, and especially that they have a hard time at stopping at the right time. When they are in the process, they don't really feel like they know when to stop. So this is, oops, a bit off. So let's look at this point in time in that media use process. When do users actually decide, okay, now I'm going to stop? We call this media use disengagement, and it describes this situational act of intervening with ongoing media use sessions and deciding, okay, now I want to adapt my behavior and I want to stop that media use activity. There's a lot of different reasons for why I think this is an important thing to study. In media psychology, we have a lot of different models about why and when users select and start a media use activity, how they process content, for example, but there is not really a theoretical approach to how users stop and when they disengage. But also from a more applied perspective, I think we can learn a lot about user experience when we understand why and when people stop using something. And we can also gain insights for interventions for more self-controlled media use, for example. So in the literature, there's not a lot of literature about this, but some people have looked at, okay, what are the reasons for why people stop a media use session? And there are three broad categories. Some are related to the internal environment of the user. So that would be more psychological factors, usually such as emotions and needs. There's the external context, such as location. And then there's external context related to the media, so media cues. And in situation psychology, cues in a situation are defined as this information that is available to someone in the environment and that they can then make sense of to interpret a given situation and what options they have for their own behavior in that situation. In situation psychology and media psychology, there has been some work into organizing those other types of cues. So we have some idea of what external context cues could be like, what internal cues could look like, for example, psychological states related to emotions, to needs, goals, mental resources like attention, all that kind of stuff. People have worked on that. But for media cues, it's a bit of a mess. We don't really know what has been studied, how we can systematize that. So with our review, we wanted to dive a bit deeper into that and follow three goals. The first is to see, okay, who studied this topic with regards to what media and so on, get a bit of a structural overview. then also organize the media cues that have been studied by levels of analysis and evaluate some of the relevance of these cues. So do we now know what predicts disengagement or not? We did a systematic literature review in 2 databases. So we found around 3,500 articles in ACM Digital Library and Communication Abstracts database related to disengagement from media. We looked across all different types of media applications, so digital media, analog media, all different kinds. And we had 3 coders apply a code book and then select relevant studies. So in our final sample, we have 27 studies that studied media cues for disengagement, and they identified 90 media cues in those studies. Here are some of the more structural overview results. So we see that so far, it's not a lot of research on this topic yet, and it's studied most in the US and Germany. Only non-Western country is China, but mainly Western countries. Computer science is like the front runner discipline that looks into this so far, but also information science, communication sciences, economics, a lot of different disciplines involved. Interestingly, in 20% of all studies, some industry partner is involved, mostly applies to computer science. And what we also see, there's a really big diversity of methodological approaches. So there's a lot of more exploratory research designs like mixed methods, ethnographies, for example, and less confirmatory research designs like experiments or survey designs. In our sample, most of those studies looked at online news search or information search, but also some gaming research on disengagement. And in total, we saw 11 different media types, but things like smartphone use or messenger use was less represented in the data. So the next step was to make sense of all those 90 media cues and to systematize them a bit more. So as you can imagine, sometimes studies, they look at the same things, right? So when we condense that down, we see 43 unique media cues across all those studies. Most of them are idiosyncratic, so they're just studied in one study and they only apply to one level of analysis. For those levels of analysis, we used a taxonomy from computer-mediated communication that tries to systematize how we can look at media use. So we have a device level, then nested in that is application, feature, interaction, and message. And in this picture, we see that the media cues that are studied are not proportionately distributed across those levels. I brought some examples. So first one is the feature level, was second most prominent level to be studied. This could be things like on social media, for example, that if you separate a feed into multiple pages, called pagination sometimes, that is a predictor of disengagement. Or people looked at explicit features to save gaming progress, for example. With this level of analysis, it was interesting to see that this was only studied for digital media, even though technically it could also be studied for all other types of media. The interaction level, on the other hand, also interesting, only studied in the gaming context, even though for other interactive media like social media, this could also be really interesting. Here, some example of media cues are disagreements with other players, harassment, skill mismatch in games, for example. And then the most prominent level for media cues was the message level. So cues that relate to content, for example, such as negative content valence, information redundancy, or closure cues, like when somebody finishes a gaming level, for example, this is a cue that prompts them to stop their media exposure. When we take all that together and look at, okay, what do those studies tell us? We see that for 48% of cues, we have positive results that show us when this cue is present, it makes the disengagement from that media use activity more likely. But there's also some issues here in the literature. In 29% of all studies, it was, or for all 29% of all cues, it was not recognizable from the study what the effect on disengagement is. So this is, for example, when a demo is designed or intervention is designed, that combines multiple media cues. Those are not separated in the analysis. So we cannot make a really concrete answer to, was this feature, was this cue relevant, yes or no, because it's all mixed up, or because the behavior that was then observed is a mixture of different stuff. So if you look at behaviors such as ad avoidance, which has been done in the past, one item of that is, do people disengage earlier, yes or no? Another item is if they want to permanently discontinue using that medium altogether. Those are different behaviors, but they were all combined into one variable, outcome variable, and then we don't really know what that influence on disengagement was. And then in 19% of cues, it wasn't even specified in the study. It wasn't even explicitly said what the effect on disengagement was. So again, for example, if an intervention, a demo is designed, it wasn't then really evaluated, did it actually make a change in people's behavior, yes or no? So if we combine all that in 58% of cues, we cannot really even say how it affects disengagement yet. So the literature is a bit all over the place. If we take that together, we currently have a field that's really eclectic, so a lot of different cues that are studied, broad concepts like ad avoidance, for example, that could be more specific to certain behaviors. The term disengagement is my choice, and I've seen that it's also used a lot in gaming studies, but there's also a lot of other terms that kind of float around the field, stopping behavior, logging off. There's not really an established concept yet. Our review itself also has some limitations, of course, that also flow from those previous ones. So because the terminology is still inconsistent, we try to have a really big search string for our literature search, but we definitely have missed a lot of important work. For example, because some studies don't even say that they study disengagement. When you look into the data, it's in there, but it's not really caught by a systematic literature review approach. We also decided for not including engagement studies because this blows up the literature base and makes a systematic review unfeasible. But obviously, sometimes people study disengagement under the label of we're doing an engagement study. So again, might have missed some stuff here. What are the implications that we can draw from this review? So first thing is, how should theory approach media use disengagement? The first thing is clearly define the concept and clearly define what situational cues are relevant. Look more at how people use those cues to then come to a behavioral adaptation. So we call this appraisal process. How do people make sense of those cues? And then try to make sure that a potential disengagement model is applicable across different media use types, because ending a media use session is kind of universal across media. I'm working on that theory part. For empirical research, it's interesting that in related behaviors like permanent discontinuance of use of certain applications, there are other cues that are already studied that could be translated to disengagement too, but that needs to be tested. The different media use types should be more systematically compared, and that field could make use of even more in situ methods. So stuff as Felix presented, for example, we're focusing on that in our lab. For example, to combine track data with those intensive longitudinal surveys. So you can just ask people, you can track when they stop using Netflix, for example, and then trigger a survey right in that situation and ask them questions about it. So you have more situational data. And then design implications are really preliminary because I showed you the literature is still a bit messy. But it seems that those implications really depend on what type of media use we're talking about, how goal-directed it is, and what the user motivations are. If I would have to make recommendations, I would say for entertainment media, like gaming, for example, it seems that the goal of the user is not to disengage super early, right? They want to enjoy their media use, but when they decide it's the time, design should assist them and make it as easy as possible for them to disengage. and to not like hide a lockout button somewhere, but to make it easy for them. For more goal-directed media use, like information search, disengagement is actually something really good because it can signal that people have found the information, have completed their task, and can finish that activity. So here, disengagement should be something that is really pursued by design early in the process. Overall, it's really important to mitigate friction because things like technical issues are never appreciated by the user, right? Yeah, so to sum it up, I would say that fostering positive agentic experiences of disengagement are really important to user experience design, because also doing some work on that, we see that when people are frustrated with this process and feel like it's not made easy for them, this can accumulate into more frustration when they decide, okay, I'm not gonna use that medium again anymore. We see that those intentions for digital disconnection, using phones less, using digital media less, is increasing in populations. So if we can make sure to improve user experience in the process, I think we can also mitigate some of those trends. So thanks for your attention.
So I'm a bit interested on the part of separating between positive or virtuous disengagement and negative disengagement. As you mentioned, like when you're searching for informational news, you might stop when you find something. But I will add, you might also stop when you get frustrated about finding nothing. Are you also working on a way to identify when it is positive and when it is negative, or is the literature discussing this part more, especially with specific media in mind? Because it also, on the same note of positive disengagement, maybe it is positive for the general ecosystem and not only for the user at the same time. For example, when I'm engaging with social media and it's an endless scroll, there is no paginations or there is no feature that will stop me, but that's not necessarily good because, you know, time is wasted and people get addicted. So how do you see the literature approaching this type of differentiation between disengagement?
Very good question, thank you. So there is not a lot of work to my knowledge on that so far. There are Kai people in Karlsruhe in Germany around Dimitri Alexandrovsky, who did some of that research when it comes to gaming. And in Mainz at our university, people have worked on that with regards to social media and found that most situations are relatively positive, so people don't have big issues with disengaging. And then it's interesting to look at what media cues make it that pleasurable and easy for people. And only, I think, in around 8% of all sessions, it's like it's a frustrating experience to the user. And then I think it's really interesting to also look at that interaction between how is the medium designed, and then also what norms do people perceive, or what standards do they have for themselves about what's a good use of time, what's time wasted, and so on, because that also influences that. So while this review only focused on the media design, on media cues, we would always argue for also including those internal cues and those appraisal processes. How do people then perceive the design, and like how do those interact, like psychology and design? Yeah.
People who provide this, the industries who provide these services, if they have an interest to not encourage you to disengage. So therefore, that's why you don't see these interfaces to be so effective.
Yeah. Yes, engagement has been like the biggest goal, right, in design so far. But also in that literature, I would say more the Kai literature is ahead in the game compared to other disciplines of also taking that next step and reflecting like, okay, is that actually, should that be our design goal? Is that ethical? When do we have to assist the user? So the gaming research is mostly qualitative, and there you really see that gamers appreciate when they decide that they want to stop, that this is made easy for them. So that is something that influences user satisfaction. So it should definitely be a design goal too.
No, but I'm wondering if it's not a design issue, but a business issue.
Of course, yeah. The businesses are usually interested in like keeping users engaged, right? But it's kind of like this stuff. So I'm also working a lot on digital disconnection, and we see that the more societies get digitalized, the more they want to get rid of it. So they need a pause. They want to reflect on that. And those practices do increase, especially in Scandinavia. You can see that people disengage a lot. They put away their phone, they sign off certain social media platforms. And I think those two behaviors are connected, that if people feel like, okay, my media use is not in my own control, like in that very situation, that also fosters them to be like, okay, I want to get rid of that in the long term. So actually the platforms should be interested in making that easy for the user because it has downstream effects. Yeah.
More thinking. That we have an issue as society with the definition of a term medium, because medium in the old days was something much more clearly defined, and now we use it for all sorts of activities, platforms, devices, and applications that they are. For me, it's not easy to put them all under, because you use social media, gaming as a medium, platforms, entertainment media, etc., all under the same research agenda. And that might be one of the reasons why there is a difficulty I see in your research to try to get broad results from this. So we may need to be very careful of how you define it, perhaps make it more specific. To give you an example, social media is an ongoing activity which is threading our life. We can do it while our attentional resources are on all sorts of other things, while when I sit down and watch a film on Netflix, is a different attentional resource I put there. Therefore, the context of the way I interact and the disengagement issue you study has different characteristics.
Yeah, really good point. So at this point, there's not enough research to really compare the different media. So in this first step, we said, okay, let's put it all in there and see for what media do we even have data and so on. So yeah, I think it's really important to do more research in different types of media uses and then see, can we even compare them? Because I would still argue that for every type of media use, there's a time where people put up, they take a device, they use the medium and then they put it down. And that's a universal thing for all media. So the level of analysis is the individual session here. And I think you can compare it, but it's also a bit of an open question. So yeah, needs to be done more.
We have Marcos. Marcos around? Yeah, great. So the next paper is titled Generative AI, a systematic review of related interfaces and interaction. It's going to be presented by Marcos Konstantakis.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here today, and very happy to see many friendly faces among the audience. So first of all, our paper is called Generative AI, Systematic Review of Related Interfaces and Interactions. A quick look about our research group with our coordinator, George Karidakis, being here today with us. Also, he's the professor and the coordinator of the research group and the spin-off INSANE. Our fields are the intelligent systems and HCI, first of all, in digital cultural heritage management. We have a group with 10 and more postdoctoral researchers and doctoral students, and 5 and more active research projects. First of all, we did our research. The first field that we were researching was the education. We see that we have a confusion around AI roles and interfaces that erode critical thinking by hiding too much or automating too aggressively. The second field that we checked was cultural heritage. We see that the curators fear that automated experiences will distort the meaning. And people best positioned to guide design with cultural experts are often missing from the process. And the third field was arts and creative technologies. Our research and literature show that many artists feel lost in overly complex or overly simple interfaces. No vices drawn in unfamiliar vocabularies, while the veterans were battling to limits and version chaos. So behind the buzzwords, the artist's voice is too often drowned out by the system defaults. So what the research is about? First of all, we find 95 case studies the last 3 years, of course. The research fields was the three previous: education, heritage, arts, and creative technologies. And we see how they were related and integrated with the system interfaces, the redirections, and the user experiences. We follow a Prisma methodology at first. Those are the keywords that we decided to work on. Generative AI, Gen AI, and you can see all the other ones. And first of all, we add them all in Scopus. I mentioned that is only the last 3 years. We have found 5,049 articles. Then we removed all the duplicates and we found 307. And we use a 3-pass filter. And you can see the 3 filters. First of all, the article must represent a case study. Second, it will be explicitly discuss user interfaces or user experience, and it will be related to one of our 3 target domains that we discussed earlier. So we go to 75 articles, and by using consensus, we added also 20. We check them also, any duplicates were removed. And we finally go to 95 articles that we split into those 3 categories. You see we have too many in the education, in arts and heritage, and other researchers equally take some of the articles and started to investigate them. So we make this investigation by using 7 questions. What are those questions? First of all, question 1, how is Gen AI applied at the interface level? Second question is, how is Gen AI applied at the interaction level? Question 3, how does Gen AI impact user experience? What are the modalities in the next question? How can explicit end-to-end user workflows be identified? Question 6, what design phase guidelines or recommendations are provided? And what limitations are noted and future research directions are suggested? Of course, we have some limitations. First of all, the keywords were selected by the authors. We make an abstract level screening because there were too many articles. We have an experience dimension focused on 50 dimensions, and each article was classified based on its most prominent experience theme, because they have some articles that have 2 or 3 of those themes, so we take the most prominent. So the articles also that provided relevant context but did not clearly answer the question were labeled as unknown, and we take articles only from Scopus and consensus. So let's see our results. In the first question, how is Gen AI applied at the interface level? We can see that the winner is conversational interface, and second is the graphical user interface. As you can see, and follows with less results, the multimodal interface, the game-based, the voice, the virtual, adaptive touch and gesture. In the second question about how Gen AI applied at the interaction level, first of all, interaction type of the conversational is the winner, and second is manipulating and collaborating. In the third question about user experience dimensions that observed in every study, we see that engagement and usefulness are the most dominant, following the emotional. In the fourth question, what modalities are employed, we see that more than 3 modalities was the result with the most answers, then only text, the opposite, and text and image was the third. About the fifth question about how can explicit end-to-user workflows be identified, we see that users pose questions in natural language through a chat interface, so the system retrieves relevant information and provides responses grounded in search citations. Also, user inputs prompts to generate an initial artifact, and then iteratively they refine it through feedback loops or testing. So retrieval workflows, as we say, are dominant in education. Third, the simulation and role-playing workflow, the user engages with AI-driven personas in simulated scenarios, often for training, assessment, or critical thinking. And the immersive interactions and embodied workflows, the users interact in VR, AR spaces or with social robots, and real-time AI responses are triggered by voice, gesture, or gaze. This is very important that we see that only 2 in 95 articles were explicitly articulated design phase strategies for Gen AI integration. And this is those 2 design phase strategies, the value-sensitive design and the user-centered prototyping. Let's see the first one, the value-sensitive. In this study, they use a structured 3-phase process. They make an empirical phase, first of all, eliciting stakeholder values. The second step was a conceptual phase where mapping values to design principles. And finally, in the technical phase, they apply principles to UI design, RAG pipeline setup, and prompt engineering. The second article, they use the center prototyping. In this study, they first gather early insights with the Wizard of Oz simulations and prompt generation surveys. They do stakeholder values directly inform AI integration in code design workshops. They made 3 iterative rounds of prototyping to refine UA layout and RAG configuration, and prioritize user feedback loops was the final stage from concept to deployment. So about question 6, what design phase guidelines or recommendations provided? We see a critical gap in current GAI system development, and the lack of design phase strategies raise concerns around the stakeholders' misalignment, the unintended consequences, and missed opportunities for inclusive, ethical, and transparent design. Finally, some limitations we see. First of all, we have the output quality consistency, where robustness and error handling remain critical development needs. Second, the interaction of UI design gaps, where studies reported limited multimodal support and unclear feedback. And the generalizability and sample constraints, where several studies use small or homogeneous user groups. We have also ethical bias and privacy concerns about data misuse, plagiarism and bias were prevalent. Lack of explainability and transparency, where users often cannot understand how or why Gen AI systems make their decisions, and systems suffered from slow processing or hardware demands and technical performance limitations. Finally, the 2 last limitations were the absence of longitudinal evaluation, where few studies examined long-term use or real-world deployment effects, and the prompt engineering gaps of where users struggle with prompt formulation and system expectations. For future research directions, in our opinion, we think that explainability and transparency is very important, where clear research attribution, error reporting, and model rationale are needed to build trust and mental clarity. The development of institutional AI policies and bias detection frameworks, more training programs, assistive prompt tools, and community-driven refinement workflows. Also, we need to expand support for multi-language adaptive avatars and gamified engagement, and to shift from lab studies to field deployment with multi-session user tracking to evaluate lasting impact. So the key implications, in summary, first of all, this is not a technical gap regarding the design, it's a human one. Future systems must begin with ethical, participatory, and user-centered frameworks, not as an afterthought, but as a foundation. Modalities become more multimodal or the interfaces, so we must ask, does this complexity improve clarity or confuse? The interaction, if trust erodes, Gen AI systems fail regardless of how advanced their models are. And about the prompts that the heart of the system, in order to evaluate the results, researchers need to know the exact instructions and behavior that the system follows. So education, future most promptly the studies between the 3 categories, suggesting it's the primary domain for real-world experimental. This is where design ethics, personalization, and explainability must be proven, because the stakes involve human learning and agency. And as a conclusion, it's not just a tool, Gen AI, it's a transformative medium for interaction, but like any medium, it reflects the intentions of its designers. So if we want systems that are inclusive, transparent, and empowering, then our design and research practice must evolve accordingly. Thank you very much.
Iterate some examples of your work of how because it's difficult to focus on exactly what.
Sorry, I can hear you.
Some examples.
Yeah.
If you can tell us a couple of examples you've tried out, so it's easier for us to.
From the
engage.
articles, you mean some examples of what they were saying, or
From
how
the
we do?
conclusion. So you're saying that that certain things have to be done differently. So do you have examples of what you looked into before coming to these conclusions?
Yes, we see that in some fields like education, they were also the artistic environment inside and the heritage, but they were not very sufficient how they were working. Many of these topics were not very clear, so we will try to. That was a preliminary work, so we must go and search deeper. Yes, that's the next step, to create a model, because all this work was doing manually. We try to do it manually, all the research. So all the researchers involved in this process try manually to read every article and identify those questions and their responses.
I was wondering about your suggestion to show the prompts. I think it was the next slide.
Here.
Yeah. So I wonder what is the motivation for that? I mean, of course, let's share, let's be open. But is it for transparency or is it for applicability? What is the idea behind sharing the prompts in your suggestions?
I will say that both. First of all, we try first of all for applicability and to see how those prompts are going to work in the future in same situations. But transparency is also very important.
First of all, it's interesting work because we are all wondering what's happening with the interfacing and interacting with AI. I have some questions relating to the methodology and the current state of the field. Now, what you did is a literature review. Went to Scopus, you put these keywords on the left, I guess, any of those.
Yes, inside Scopus, yes.
You use a lot the term Gen AI or generative AI, which seems to be phased out now. People just use the word AI and they mean this technology. Very often, there are interactive systems that AI is hidden behind. I mean, the streaming algorithms that were presented earlier, recommendation systems very often have AI. And they don't refer anymore as AI. We know that it's just a fact. So you won't find it as a keyword. But on the other hand, because this is a very accelerated field with the technology moving very, very fast, as you said, very often looking just in scientific papers, scientific publications is not the best way to look into the development and the practice. I'll give you an example. In foreign language learning, I did a survey earlier. It's very few publications, but yet there are hundreds of applications which have been developed. They have a strong AI component. They are widely used because it's so fast-moving field that it's not perhaps the best way to just look into scientific papers in order to identify patterns. Now, on the other hand, it's still very interesting what you did. I just wonder why you took these three areas of human activity. I would just focus in one of them because by themselves, all three of them are very important and very interesting and not necessarily related. So that might create a fuzziness in the results and the and in the scope of your research. And the interesting thing I saw, if I understood correctly, despite the fact that you started of over 500 papers and publications, you ended up that only 2 of them had a thorough design process. I think this needs a further discussion. Why? We have tools and methods. I have in front of me the Amersi et al., the Microsoft people who have defined guidelines for designing human AI interactive systems with very precise guidelines, which are supposed to be the best set of guidelines. I would focus on those and see how much they've been used by practitioners, how much they've been adopted, because the guys in Microsoft say, look, it's very important the design phase, but also the follow-up when something goes wrong, the continuous support of the users, the continuous improvement of the technology, etc. All these aspects are very important now. And the results you got on prompt, I'm not sure where I agree. Some people believe that prompting natural language is the new programming language. It's like we used to write the code in
the past
with programming languages, and now we write the way programming machines. It doesn't need to be all the prompts transparent to the user. Other aspects of the process need to be transparent and exposed. So, yeah, it's interesting work. Congratulations. I think we are very much interested in this, but perhaps
yes, that's the next step. That's the next step. George.
Thank you, Nikos. Really interesting points and valid, meaning that this is just the beginning of a research direction, not only to research and study the interaction, but also optimize the interaction with direct AI systems. So we're not interested in interaction with systems that integrate AI. So only direct with Gen AI systems. This is the and regarding the topics is because the research direction will focus on creative Gen AI interaction, and this is why we focused on it. So we will probably have another version of this work on a journal, and then we'll move on to optimizing the actual interaction and the experience overall. And hopefully in the panel in the afternoon, we'll have interesting points on that. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the great work. And I think this is a question not for you, but probably for the community. Okay. How people would react if we would include, because I want to follow up to Nikos' comment, archive papers. Most of the papers and highly cited papers nowadays about generative AI is they are just put up on the archive. They're not reviewed, but they're like hundreds and hundreds of citations, very influential papers. So would you include non-peer-reviewed papers in your systematic literature review, given the topic?
Yes, of course, we want to do this one, but in this paper, we decided to follow this direction, to take... Yes, because there are already too many. So we were 4 people working for this for 4 months. So we needed to read manually each paper. So it was a huge work to do. But in the future, we will also thinking adding more papers and without limitations.
Maybe just a very quick add on that. My personal belief is that it could be some kind of community natural selection. If a paper is well cited and accepted, even if it goes to peer review, it would again be cited. So I would include as well archive papers. Plus, we all know the problems of the current peer review process. There's a bit of there are pros and cons. Yeah, great. Let's thank our speaker.
Okay, thank you very much.
Πρέπει να το έχεις ανοιχτό και να το έχεις μας διάλεγε.
Systematic reviews. 1, 2, 3, 4. Based on number of citations, right? So it's the kind of natural selection, right? So same. So just out of curiosity. Okay, it's a debate. It's gonna be continued. That's a great question. I think
No.
Great. Same with this question. That's a great question. Like big lunch or during the dinner tonight. So one before the last one, we have a paper designing a gamified social platform for artists, and we have Maria Eleni Bouboukioti. Okay, great.
Hi everyone. I'm Maria Eleni Bouboukioti, Marilena, and this is our paper designing a gamified social platform for artists. It's supposed to have some sound too, but it's okay. Okay, and this was the short intro. It was supposed to have the sound too, but it's okay. Before we begin and analyze how we built this platform named Splash, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to my supervisor, Mr. Nikolaos Savouris from University of Patras, and my other co-supervisor, Mr. Germán Arroyo from the University of Granada in Spain. To begin with, as we all know, nowadays, we have the digital transformation era, and millions of artists rely on digital platforms to connect, engage, and share their work. However, we notice that existing art platforms often fail to adequately support artistic communities, and that is due to algorithmic biases, which means that sometimes algorithms tend to favor specific accounts and promote them more, and also unmoderated content, which refers to content that sometimes tends to be offensive, creating problem to the audience. And generally, research has shown that unstructured social platforms often fail to facilitate creative idea flow, and that leads to content oversaturation and general lack of meaningful engagement. To tackle these issues, we thought of combining two key design ideas. These are, first of all, the use of the constraint-based interaction paradigm, which is an approach in which the user's possible actions or choices are guided by a set of predefined constraints. And the second one is a use of combination of gamification elements. So apart from whether the users will actually like the platform, our research is structured around two research questions. The first one is, will users embrace the imposed constraints? And if they do, how will these constraints shape user experience? And the second one is, does gamification actually enhance engagement in artistic communities? Our hypothesis is that real-life locations can be blended with the virtual world and provide users with a greater understanding of how art is distributed in different areas, cities, and countries. And also that gamification and guiding users' actions with the set of predefined constraints can actually improve the user experience. So, constraint-based design and location-based interaction are not something new. We have in the past encountered them in various examples. Two really famous ones are the famous location-based game Pokemon Go that we all know or have tried. And the other one is the time-limited application BeReal, that is a Gen Z commercial app. And moving on to gamification, research has demonstrated that the success of gamification is anchored in human psychology, most notably in frameworks like the self-determination theory, called SDT. And that is because gamification allows for the creation of experiences that fulfill these theories' core psychological needs that are autonomy, competence, and relatedness. To build this platform, we followed the human-centered approach, a human-centered approach that was iterative in many parts. We began with conducting thorough research on how users feel right now about the existing platforms. And after considering their key challenges, pain points, and opinions, we proceeded to the ideation phase, the design phase, development, and ultimately we concluded with evaluation. In total, 15 users aged 20 to 26 used the platform. Their locations varied around Europe, covering areas like Greece, Italy, Norway, and Spain. And these users were part of our target groups. They were artists or art enthusiasts. Then we proceeded with designing our proof of concept platform. The key features I would like to mention are the following. With regards to gamification, we did a combination of challenges that were competitions and badges, which is a basic gamification element. The most important feature is the gallery entity. Galleries are entities that collect the artworks, and this way, content is organized through these virtual galleries that are spread around the world on a map. And this allows for a better organization. So as users move around the world, they can see the art that is posted in each gallery, and they can contribute to local communities. Additionally, we also had some real-time interactive features that are standard in social media practices, like comments, likes, and notifications. This is our prototype. We will see it more in the exhibition. We can see that it follows a basic approach, like having the so-called feed with the posts. We have the map where you can see galleries as pulsable markers. And then we have a gallery profile and the challenges where you can scroll through them and participate. To measure and evaluate the usability of the platform, we conducted experiments using the Think Aloud protocol. And afterwards, we proceeded with individual interviews, 2 focus groups, and some usability tests from experts. After concentrating on our qualitative data, we proceeded with analyzing them. We conducted a thematic analysis using Brown and Clark's method, and we sorted them in 5 key themes that are the following. First of all, with regards to geo-constrained interaction, it was well received, and users linked it to intentionality and purposeful sharing. Users mentioned that this approach allowed them to feel more like participating in a gallery show, and it created a sense of ritual. With regards to gamification elements, we saw that they boosted visibility, and they also enhanced the motivation to continue using the platform. Additionally, users linked the experience to emotional engagement. They stated that it made them feel less pressured. What was surprising is that the interactive map sparked curiosity and playfulness, and users didn't just use it to navigate somewhere and post, but they also spent enough time exploring what is happening in the nearby communities. And it provided the space for art exploration and discovery. However, one limitation was that some users faced some onboarding friction during their first navigation. And during the discussions, they mentioned that they would like maybe an introductory tutorial to accompany the platform. This is some of the key user feedback. A really interesting one is that users kept checking their achievements as they stated, because every time they made a new action, they wanted to see if they have a new badge. And that they also like to zoom around the world. So, what do these findings mean for Kai? First of all, with regards to gamification, we believe that when it is applied thoughtfully, it can complement intrinsic artistic motivation. But however, if it's poorly balanced, it may lead to creative fatigue or social comparison stress, as prior work already shows, and thus shift the focus from the actual target, that is self-expression, to performance metrics. Additionally, constraints can guide user behavior more thoughtfully and reinforce a sense of competence and autonomy, while contributing to local art communities can strengthen feelings of connection and relatedness that ties back to the self-determination theory. Last but certainly not least, some ethical concerns are raised when involving sensitive data like location. because although our prototype does not store location data, users, as prior work has shown, they may feel skeptical about surveillance issues. So in such contexts, it is really important to ensure user consent and data privacy. And it ultimately urges us to explore the constraint-based design paradigm, but be mindful in this exploration. To wrap up, this work can contribute to ongoing discussions within CHI around the constraint-based interaction design and hybrid digital physical systems. It can also contribute to location-aware systems that go beyond navigation and augmented reality, and instead use the concept of an area or place as a creative and social anchor. And last but not least, it contributes to how we shape user behavior, not only in art platforms, but also in wellness, digital well-being, education, and social platforms of any kind. Taken all together, Splash offers a design exploration of how platforms can be reimagined to help artists and support them not only to participate, but also be present in this participation. This is all. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to your questions.
Thank you for this. It looks very nice, very cool. I will scan to download. I assume that's what the...
Unfortunately, you
No?
cannot download yet, but it
Okay.
is for staying in touch.
Okay, okay. So I have two questions. One is related to this. Do you plan to make this into a commercial mobile application? Is this
It
your
is something that I've been examining. Originally, it started as my diploma thesis in the university. And because I was really interested as an artist myself, I thought of putting more work in it. So maybe I will, yes, continue this project.
Okay, so if you do so, out of your contributions that you showed in the slide, which one do you think will give it a commercial advantage? Because there's a multitude of applications nowadays. There are so many. We don't know which one to use. If you happen to reach, or you can reach a broader public through marketing, what is it that you will be foregrounding as the feature that will make this stand out?
Okay, thank you. As I saw it through my work and research during these months, I believe that the key feature is the content organization through the galleries, because it is an approach that follows the constraint-based interaction paradigm, and we do not meet that in similar platforms. So through the tests, I noticed that the whole point was that users were really intrigued from this, and they continued using because of it. So I believe that it is a unique selling point.
And one more, if am I allowed, Mari? Okay. Methodological this time. So you used Brown and Clark's thematic analysis or reflexive thematic analysis. Did you do, because there's a difference there. In any case, what were the challenges? Because it's quite hard to do, and you can really have a very large number of codes and of quotes. And how do you go through all of these? What were the challenges that you encountered?
Okay. So since we had the qualitative data, it was really challenging for me to concentrate all these videos and recordings and watch them again, and then group these that were repeating the most. So, however, I did notice that these themes were repeating in many interviews, and although it took a lot of time, ultimately it was something that was evident because it was repeating individually in many people.
Hi. First of all, amazing concept. Thank you for this
Thank you.
presentation. As an art enthusiast myself, I can see why this is super useful to someone who roams. I mean, the pilot is just for 4 cities, I think you mentioned, for
Yes,
countries.
so far we have used it in 4 countries.
Okay. And yeah, it's a great alternative to using just Google Maps to just check where the actual galleries are and the museums for art. My question as an artist, though, would be first of all, how do you approach the engagement of the general public? And secondly, how do you reach out to people that are, for example, potential buyers of your art, potential, how as an artist can you create revenue, let's say, bluntly? Because as a matter of fact, what you mentioned at the beginning, that the popular platforms such as Instagram, which is the most, I guess, popular platform now for artists, you can generate huge audiences, zero revenue, and at the same time, you waste a ton of time to upload irrelevant content to get some more views. Yes. So how do you mean to tackle that?
Okay, thank you. And yes,
Okay.
I totally understand your point. Currently, this platform aims to help people that are doing art as amateur artists or hobbyists. So I wouldn't say it's an Instagram alternative, more like a DeviantArt one that was a platform with millions of users for amateur artists. So I have not taken any measures for potentially buying and selling your work. But if we continue this project and we see that it is something that is necessary, then we could possibly add some feature in the galleries and partner with real galleries out there in museums.
Super great answer. Sorry, can I just comment something more? Thank you. Well, the actual problem with amateur artists is that they are basically excluded from galleries, from physical galleries. So I thought at the beginning that this would be the perfect alternative to that in a digital world, and given also the geolocative features, it sounds a brilliant idea. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, to Zoom. Okay. So the last paper for the session is titled Humans-Computer Interaction in the Big Data Era, Systems, Cognition, and Interactive Intelligence. And it's going to be presented by...
Hello.
Hello.
I am Maria Triga, one of the authors.
Great. So I'll leave the floor to yours.
Okay, thanks. Let me share my screen.
Don't see anything right. Thank you. Now we see something. We see your presentation. Please press full screen and you can start. Also, if you want us to see you, you can open your web camera. Otherwise, you're going to see your name. Thank you.
Okay, I would prefer not to.
Yes, of course. Don't worry.
Turn off my camera. Hello all. I am Maria Triga, and I am co-author of the paper entitled Human-Computer Interaction in the Big Data Era, Systems, Cognition, and Interactive Intelligence. Before we proceed to the main parts of this survey, I will start with the methodology we followed in order to identify the key areas that we discussed and presented. We follow the systematic and transparent protocol in order to ensure reproducibility and comprehensiveness. From a literature perspective, we focused on peer-reviewed journal conferences and surveys from 2014 until now. And we focused on specific databases, IEEE Explore, ACM, Scopus, Springer, Google Scholar. The search strategy, for the search strategy, we consider some keywords that combined words from or phrases from HCI and big data. And we try to refine them with terms like visualization, cognitive modeling, explainability, and user modeling. The screening part of the literature started with 284 works, and after the application of some inclusion and exclusion criteria, we collected the final data set of 85 studies that met the criteria and the search strategy we adopted. So the thematic synthesis of this survey concluded to 4 key areas: scalable visual interaction, human-centered system architecture, cognitive adaptation, user modeling, and explainability and trust. So we will now proceed to outline and present some key aspects along these areas. In total, the current survey purpose, after the methodology and the collection of the literature and the areas, let's recall the survey purpose. First of all, to map the interaction of HCI and big data. For this purpose, we have to identify how interaction, cognition, and system design converge in the data-intensive environments. We synthesized recent advances in the specific time period we also mentioned. Another purpose of this survey is to highlight some research gaps and open challenges across these areas. And finally, to provide some design agenda, as we can say, for future systems that will try to combine all these aspects, HCI and what big data brings to HCI systems in order to function properly. I will make a brief introduction to some topics, to the topics as a whole before analyzing each one separately. Over the last decade, data has grown in both volume and variety, creating an environment where information is massive, heterogeneous, and constantly changing. These conditions make it difficult for people to explore, interpret, and act on insights using traditional HCI approaches. Conventional dashboards and basic graphical interfaces often become static or overwhelming when faced with very large or rapidly updated datasets. So they struggle to balance responsiveness, clarity, and the cognitive record required from the user part. This is why we need user-aware systems and solutions that not only present information, but also understand user intent, support exploration, and foster transparency and trust. So they must achieve all this while handling scalability and performance. This context motivates the rest of the survey and the next sections of the presentation. I will start analyzing each area separately. We will see some subsections that contribute to each section. Let's start with the first area that concerns visual interaction techniques. This is a major theme in our survey. As datasets grow in size and complexity, we need representations that allow people to explore information without being overwhelmed. This theme looks at several approaches. First, scalable visual abstraction summarize dense regions so patterns remain visible even with billions of records. Second, progressive and latency-aware interaction delivers partial answers early and keeps the interface fluid while computations finish in the background. Third, multi-view coordination enables analysts to work across different perspectives, spatial, temporal, categorical, or textual, while keeping them linked. And finally, multimodal exploration interfaces integrate text, location, events, and numerical data, letting users cross-reference heterogeneous sources in one coherent workspace. And now we will proceed to specific aspects and try to give some our findings from this survey analysis. Rendering huge datasets directly leads to overplotting and overload. Density-preserving encodings like kernel density estimation or hex bindings summarize dense regions. For high-dimensional data, methods like principal component analysis, UMAP, can be enriched with semantic overlays or glyphs. Here are some examples. Further details or more techniques can be found in the survey also. I will try to be more I will try to cover as more details I can due to the length of this survey paper. So the last multi-scale, as for the point that concerns multi-scale navigation, there are systems like nanocubes and immense that enable smooth zoom from overview to detail. For this aspect that concerns scalable visual abstractions, the goal is to maintain structural and statistical properties while supporting clear and interactive exploration. Concerning the progressive and latency-aware interaction, users expect a feedback within a specific time, for example, around 200 milliseconds. But big data queries often exceed this limit. So progressive computation provides early partial results in order to deliver immediate results that refine as processing continues. Another aspect that concerns concerns the asynchronous designs. where task queues, non-blocking random, and parallel execution keep the interface fluid. Concerning the uncertainty visualization, blur, shading, or confidence cues communicate provisional status of results. The main goal is to preserve interpretability and smooth user experience under high latency. Another aspect that concerns multi-view coordination, the challenge is that no single view can capture the semantics of complex heterogeneous datasets. So our view for complex datasets rarely fits in one view, so we move on the multi-view coordination point. Concerning the coordinated perspectives, the adoption of this can link temporal, spatial, categorical, and textual data. Also, coupling can be tight or loose for more flexibility. Moreover, integration, multimodal integration, uses time wrapping or embedding, while adaptive layouts reorganize views according to user focus. Our aim is to, with multi-view coordination, is to support richer exploration while preserving consistency and semantic clarity across views. As for the aspect that concerns multimodal exploration interfaces, big data often mixes text, spatial, streams, temporal, or categorical. So interfaces must be able to handle this synchronization and semantic gaps. Techniques such as co-indexing and embedding alignment ensure consistency. Moreover, adaptive composition prioritizes or rearranges views, enabling seamless context-aware exploration. The benefit from this, assuming this aspect of interfaces, is to have seamless context-aware exploration across heterogeneous data streams. Now we'll see the other aspect, the other area that try to understand and present the current research concerns the human-centered system architectures. Big data platforms must be designed. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. Just if you could wrap up, because we are running a bit out of time. Just one or two more
Okay, I
minutes.
will try to.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Speed up. I understand, but the survey has a lot of details. I'm trying to present as more as possible in a coherent manner. I hope to achieve this. Okay, the other aspect concerns the human-centered system architecture. This one consists of the exploration and the understanding of how to make such the HI systems to have adaptive query pipelines, to assume a decentralized architecture, synchronization, and shape Each aspect has its challenges, key aspects, and its goal. Concerning the adaptive query pipelines, the challenge is that traditional big data pipelines favor batch throughput and not dynamic user queries. So we have to adapt them to make them to be interaction driven, to assume interaction driven execution, to have partial incremental evaluation, and learning based optimization. Assuming, for example, a reinforcement learning or bandit algorithms to anticipate query paths from user behavior. The final goal for adaptive query pipelines is to deliver real-time, low-latency analytics that adapt to evolving workflows. Here we present some further details, what means adopting decentralized architectures. The outcome of this aspect is to have faster, more scalable interfaces that remain responsive across dispersed infrastructures. And this means that we have to assume edge-side processing, client-side computation, dynamic query routing, eventual consistency, etc. The last aspect, another aspect is the middleware and state synchronization. The benefit, the role of
Maria,
middleware. Yes.
if you could just wrap up, please, because we're running really out of time. Thank you.
Another aspect is the interface-centric data. The goal is to keep visualization semantically aligned with user intent while supporting fluid real analytics. Another area is the cognitive adaptation and user modeling. This concerns understanding user intent, cognitive load detection with appropriate metrics and physiological inputs, and adaptive and personalized interfaces. Each one has further aspects and details. The last area of this survey included explainability, transparency, and trust. The first point is to assume explanation methods and embed them in the interactions, in the interactive systems. Trust, calibration, and transparency, which means to select disclosure, uncertainty, visualization, bias control. And the last one, auditability and compliance. Each one has further details. I'm sorry, I can, due to...
I think, Maria, yes, I understand that you've done all this great work and people can follow up. So if you can just really wrap up so we have a time for one quick question. Would that work?
So after describing these key areas and aspects in order to combine them with the HCI systems, some conclusions, some key findings as a discussion is from this survey is that visual interaction, system architecture, cognitive modeling, and explainability form a unified design agenda. Effective big data systems require responsiveness, cognitive awareness, and trust as core properties. Bridging infrastructure scalability with user-centered interaction unlocks sustainable intelligence. Some future direction and open challenges is to incorporate real-time cognitive signals like gaze, speech, psychology into adaptive interfaces, balance user agency with algorithmic support in generative and personalized analytics, embed explainability and ethical safeguards as native capabilities, not add-ons, and advanced interdisciplinary research linking HCI, cognitive science, and big data engineering. As a conclusion,
Maria, I really need to cut it here. We really thank you so much because we're running, the presentations were like 15 minutes. I'm not sure if there is a quick question from the audience.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't cover the topic.
Yes, I understand that, but yes, people will read the paper, it's published, and we have to adhere to the timeline of we're already running a bit late because of previous delays. Again, let's everyone thank the speaker.
Thanks a lot, and I apologize for the speed up.
No worries. So we're supposed to have lunch 45 minutes ago, but we're gonna have to add a bit of time, and we're coming back 3:30, right? Yeah. Thank you.
And as the wind blows, the dirt between her toes tells her story. Just an ordinary day, with her childhood stripped away, no joy, no glory. Ah, there's a woman in the street, sells her body to make ends meet, to feed her baby. Oh, that's what's going on a different street. Quite the stand-up guy, and everything in life was his to gain. But addiction took control, and all the dreams he built was washed away. For the price of flying free, he became an enemy to all that loved him. And with no place else to live, he resides under a bridge somewhere in London. A young boy is on the run, 'cause his prints are on that gun. Isn't that crazy? Oh, that's what's going on a different street.
my smile to your pocket. You got me, you and I'm losing to you, I'm a sinner. Time taking my mind, I'll never see you in the dark, 'cause you're shining bright. Why you leaving me now? I'll never see your soul inside, but I tried so hard. So many mistakes crashing my system. Gave me some different places to hide. I've never wished you'd stay this night with me. I only knew I want you by my side. Time taking my mind, I'll never see you in the dark, 'cause you're shining bright. Why you leaving me now? I'll never see your soul inside, but I tried so hard. So many mistakes crashing my system. Gave me some different places to hide. I've never wished you'd stay this night with me. I only knew I want you by my side. I'm searching for perfect shelter for you and me. Everybody think that I'm off still, but I want to feel. Time taking my mind, I'll never see you in the dark, 'cause you're shining bright. Why you leaving me now? I'll never see your soul inside, but I tried so hard.
Ναι, ακούγομαι. Ωραία. Καλησπέρα. Σε λίγα λεπτά τώρα ξεκινάει το session HCI and Games, το πρώτο session. Υπάρχει και αύριο το δεύτερο session HCI and Games. Θα έχουμε σε αυτό 3 paper που θα μας παρουσιάσουν. Είμαστε... Sorry, yes, I'm so sorry about that. I just arrived a little. Yeah, okay. So hello, welcome to the session HCI and Games 1. There is another session HCI and Games 2 tomorrow. Today we will have 3 presentations, 3 papers, and we will start in 1 minute right now. Yeah, with the first paper that is called Expressing Digital Character Personality Through Motion Capture, a study of body movements and personality traits, and will be presented by Anthi Kolokotroni.
Okay, hello to everyone. Hello to everyone. I'm Anthi Kolokotroni. I am a PhD researcher at the University of the Aegean here, and I will present you our study. It's called Expressing Digital Character Personality Through Motion Capture, a study of body movements and personality traits. First of all, this research it's a work of the project Imagine Mockup that's funded from Hellenic Foundation of Research and Innovation, and it's about developing personality and digital character design using motion capture, wearable and live coding technologies, and it's applied in 4 media: interactive media, animation, games, and interactive network environments. To begin, many theories have explored how character expression can effectively communicate identity. Paul Wells emphasized on the narrative action of movement and exaggerated expressive animation. Ed Hooks supported the integration of acting principles in animation practice. And Frank Thomas and Only Johnston created the 12 principles of animation that's foundational in character animation design. This research investigates how personality expressed through full body movement and with motion capture and kinesiology methods. More specifically, this work aims to explore how body movement alone without speech or facial expressions can convey digital character's personality. So we wish to create a framework that combines personality traits with body movement. We have 2 research questions. In what extent non-verbal communication, such as gestures, postures, and body movements, influence the audience perception about the character's personality, and whether using personality models can act as a framework or tool to facilitate character's personality across digital media. So our contribution is to link digital character personality with movement to provide guidance for animators, directors, artists, and performers about to create digital characters. In this slide, I will introduce you 3 theories that we use. First of all is the Ocean Personality Model. It's a framework that describes personality through 5 traits: openness to experience, consensus, extraversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. It helps to explain behavior, emotions, interaction across people, and it's widely used in psychology and research behavior and personality. The second one is 12 prisms of animation. That is the techniques principles that developed by Disney animators to create more realistic body motion for characters. It is a guide for animators for a lifelike movement, a more expressive motion, and it's used in traditional 3D animation in films, video games, and interactive media. Also, the third theory is Laban movement analysis, that in our work we use the approach of Leslie Biscoe. Laban movement analysis is a method that observes, describes, and interprets human body movement. Analyze movement in 4 dimensions: body, effort, shape, and space, and is used in dance, performance, therapy, animation, and works to communicate movement qualities. Now about our methodology. We use a qualitative approach in movement and personality traits. First, we reviewed the literature and film studies in psychology to see which adjectives can associate with personality traits. Then we mapped these traits to movement qualities, and we called motion tag, and also we use a short film, a cherry tale that I introduce later, that we select 10 video segments that associate kinesiological characteristics with the 5 personality traits of the ocean. The technology we use is motion capture technology, and the experts associate the personality traits with the movement of the short film. Also, we do evaluation with participants. This is a reference table that we create to do the annotation with the short film. The first 7 columns is the annotation with a cherry tail, and the last 3 columns is the association with the 5 personality traits. Now, this is an example of 4 scene. First of all, Cherry Tail is a short film of Norman McLaren. Is a connection of stop motion and live action, and is about a performer that interacts with an animated chair. So we follow some steps to do the annotation with this in this film, short film. First of all, we choose 10 segments in different time slots, and later classify these scenes and associated with motion and action, like running, standing, sitting, and other. Then we said what is the type of movement that we see in this short film, like gesture, posture, and body movement. And the next step, we associate these things with 12 prisms of animations and with Laban movement analysis, but only with 8 efforts: direct, quick, light, and free in this example. For better understanding, we associate these scenes with simple adjectives, like in this scene was energetic, active, confused, and tired. And at the end, we do a more analytical description using body parts, and we use some motion tags like open limbs, arms far from the body, tilt hand, and others. Now, the next step was the experts to determine the ocean values in each movement segment, rate each scene in a scale of low, neutral, and high for each personality trait. There are the last three columns. For the scene one, low is agreeableness, neutral extraversion, and the other. So about experimental study. First of all, we carry out the recording of 10 movements within our motion capture lab now in our university with the help of a performer that is an experienced in dance and performing arts. In the process, the experts guide the performer to ensure the accuracy and consistency. Also, the performer goes and reproduce its movement by the guidance of the experts. The technology that we use is motion capture. More specifically, Rokoko Smart Sweep Pro version 2 and Rokoko Smart Gloves that is for fingers is an inertial marking system. Each movement was recorded 2 or 3 times to ensure the highest data quality and use the record movement data for later analysis. About motion editing, the motion capture data export from Rokoko Studio from our motion capture in FBX format, import in Unity to make them the scene and to adapt the movement to neutral model. We clean and adapt better the movement of the performer to neutral model, and we edit and finalized in video clips in MP4. Here is some GIFs of 10 movements with the description. Okay, about the evaluation, there were 20 participants. There were undergraduates, design graduates, dancer performers, directors, and screenwriters. There were 11 female and 9 male. About the procedure, the participants, we gave participants an online questionnaire that they had the 10 video clips and a duration of 3 to 26 seconds regarding the movement. And they were rate each movement with a rate slide from low to high, from 0 to 100. They had the flexibility to replay and rewatch anytime the videos. The average duration of the online questionnaire was 15 minutes, and all results exported in CSV and Excel files. Now, our results, our analysis showed a strong correlation between participants and experts according to the movement analysis and personality. We consider the personality traits as dependent variables and the movement as independent variables. So in the light blue are the ratings of the experts and the dark grays for participants. Okay. We created also a reference table with absolute difference between score of the participants and the experts. Some results were high correlation, highest correlation was openness to experience, lowest consequences. Extraversion agreeableness showed the moderate score, and neuroticism had the highest mean absolute difference among all traits. Some discussion about the 5 personality traits. First of all, openness to experience associated with asymmetrical body posture, tilt head in various directions, and angular positioning. Consensus characterized by control, symmetry, and minimal exaggeration. extraversion with a wide range of motion, fast pace, extending long leaps, and straight posture. Some participants confuse extraversion and neuroticism due to open posture, straight lips, and board gestures. Agreeableness was associated with friendliness, optimism, relaxation, and smiling and open body posture. And some discussion about, in general, of kinesiological things. Movements with an upward or centered tilt or head and torso were associated with self-confidence and extraversion. Opening the arms and legs with asymmetry indicates curiosity and creativity. Symmetrical and grounded postures indicate consensus behavior. Contracting and short postures and hyperactive and nervous qualities were associated with neuroticism. Also, the scenes that had only gestures and body posture did not differ in personality traits with scenes that have had a full body movement. To conclude, in this study, we proposed a framework about the movement with character personality. The limitation was the small number of participants and some challenges that we had of accuracy fidelity in motion data. And about our future work, we'll conduct additional experiments that explore how different character design, such as appearance, environment, interaction with other characters on environment, can contribute to personality in digital characters. That's all.
Start and you can think some questions. So, is it on? Yeah, okay. It was really interesting, the topic. I was wondering whether you have thought of how this can be applied in real situations, like in video games or in movies analysis or something. Have you thought of that, or have you done any work towards that direction? Yeah.
Okay. We do this process to in video games or animation, we can do this process for to repeat the question. Yeah. Yes, maybe for a guidance for creators or animators to do this process as experimental study, to use performers and other creators to do all this process with motion capture, to create animation video games that have this consistency to think of many ways.
No? Not there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anthi, for the presentation of the experimental work on the personality traits in animation first, and then to the other media. But this part of the project is also evaluated in various applications in games, interactive media, and interactive networking environments with live coding. So we use the same approach to understand how we can apply it to real situation, because we have right now a transmedia project directed by Yorgos Likopoulos, which is evaluated in all these media, animation, games, interactive media, and interactive networked environments, using this kind of parameters that enhance the understanding of the movement for the practitioners, the designers or artists or actors, and also for students, because this is something that can be evaluated in a classroom. So there are many real applications that are following this kind of experiment.
Thank you. It is kind of strange that it takes 3 people to answer the question, but still it's an interesting discussion. So sorry, just to add one thing more is that the actual question behind all this is whether we can somehow dehumanize the personality traits, like using these traits also in non-human creatures like animals, because we have done such works in our practice, such as animals or even mythological creatures or even animate objects like the typical lamp of Pixar. So can we show personality patterns even in non-human actors? This was actually one of the questions for this research, so that we try to associate movement with personality without the actual human face and the human expressions.
I mean, thanks for the presentation. It was very nice. A quick question: if there were any results that were surprising to you, if something appeared that was unexpected when it came to personality and bodily expression, and it's like, okay, I didn't think that would be the case, but yeah.
I think that it doesn't something that surprisingly. It's all from literal work, and it's associated from the literature that we did it. But something that it's It was interesting. That was about two personality traits like extraversion and neuroticism that they confused the participants, because they had the same motion tags, although they are not the same personality trait, but they rated like the same with the same motion tag, like open posture. It's both extraversion and neuroticism. I think this.
Yes, thank you. It's because I noticed in your findings they were kind of like familiar, like the personality trait and the body movement that I would expect from this personality, from this character. That would be like, but I was thinking, okay, was there something surprising though? Was it? But this is actually quite interesting. Thank you.
Presentation is will be presented by Vasiliki Knadi. Hello. And it's called AI-driven NPCs, enhancing player challenges and skill development in games.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Vasiliki Kounadi, and today I'll be presenting our work, which does not show. AI-driven NPCs, enhancing player challenges and skill development in games. This is joint work with my colleagues, Anastasios Theodoropoulos and George Lepouras at the University of Peloponnese. In our research, we explore how AI-powered adaptive NPCs can make role-playing games more engaging, more challenging, and more meaningful for players. Our pilot study and prototype aim to highlight the potential of AI NPCs to not only be used to enhance realism, but to make adaptive conversation part of the gameplay in itself. RPGs have often attracted players with rich worlds, storytelling, and freedom of choice. But even the best RPGs suffer from three main problems: rigid morality systems, repetitive quests, and difficulty levels that either feel too easy or too frustrating. We also know from research that when players make meaningful choices, especially social or moral ones, they feel a stronger sense of immersion, agency, and emotional connection. So we did ask ourselves, what if NPCs weren't static, but could develop to players dynamically, not just in what they say, but in how they respond emotionally and strategically? Our research centers around three main research questions. First, how does an AI-driven NPC affect the player's perception of challenge and decision-making? Second, does adaptive conversation can actually increase player engagement and emotional connection? And finally, can these dynamic dialogues actually foster skills like critical thinking and strategic decision-making? Traditionally, NPCs follow fixed dialogue trees and predictable patterns. In contrast, AI NPCs can learn from player in real time, adjust difficulty dynamically, and even respond to emotional cues like tone or sentiment. This creates lifelike, unpredictable interactions, but also raises some design challenges. Too much complexity can overwhelm players, and there are ongoing debates about fairness and ethics in adaptive systems. So, to explore these ideas, we've created a game prototype as proof of concept called Down the Rabbit Hole. It's a first-person narrative RPG set in a darker reimagining of Wonderland. You get to play as a protagonist set on a mission to rescue your younger sister Alice from the clutches of the vicious Queen of Hearts. Alice is also our first AI-driven NPC, a conversational agent implemented into Unreal Engine 5.3 using OpenAI's API. Alice is not just a quest giver. She is the emotional and narrative anchor of the game's intro level. She reacts to your questions, your curiosity, and your freedom of choice. Here's one brief example. What's that big house over there? That's our family's estate. It's grand, but I prefer the peacefulness of the garden. So in just a few turns, Alice conveys a playful sense of personality, emotional feelings, and world lore. The full exchange is in my backup slides if you'd like to see it later as well. Our system works in 4 steps. First, a conversation begins between Alice and the player with a set number of minimum exchanges. During this conversation, Alice provides contextual guidance with emotionally shaded responses. In the background, however, she assesses the player's values based on subtle questions and tone. And finally, there's an affinity scoring mechanism based solely on Alice's personality traits. If the score is high, she will guide you more accurately. If the score is low, she will mislead you. Now, this is actually important to clarify. The affinity scoring mechanism has been tested and works as a system, but it's not yet implemented in the current game build, affecting story outcomes. Right now, Alice's adaptivity is conversational only. We thought it important to first validate the core dialogue model before moving in and layering in any story branching features. To evaluate Alice, we conducted a small-scale exploratory study with 7 undergraduate game design students. Each had a 15 to 20-minute session of free-form conversation with Alice, and afterwards they completed 2 questionnaires: the Godspeed questionnaire for animacy, intelligence, and likability, and the Game Experience questionnaire for immersion, flow, tension, and challenge. We also conducted short interviews and logged their conversations. Our findings were rather encouraging. Players rated Alice high in emotional intelligence. Immersion was also strong, standing at a 4.1 out of 5, but tension was moderate with a 3.5. Players sometimes found the interaction challenging, rating it a 3.9 out of 5. Most importantly, we found a significant correlation between likability and enjoyment. The more likable players found Alice, the more they enjoyed the experience. From interviews, 3 main themes stood out. Emotional presence. Players said Alice felt genuine and in character, while others found the open-ended format of the conversation to be rather challenging. When the time came, they didn't know what to ask. And what surprised us the most, actually, is that many of the players tried to read into Alice's moods or intentions, almost trying to trick her and treating her like a human partner in dialogue. So, okay, what does this all mean? Players responded positively to AI-driven conversation. It boosted both their sense of challenge and emotional connection, but we also saw a trade-off. Story-focused players love the open-ended freedom, but goal-oriented players sometimes needed more structure or prompts. So in the future, balancing structure, guidance, and freedom together is one of the key design challenges going forward. Sure, our study has some limitations: a small sample size, short sessions, no control group, and some technical limitations like the lack of persistent memory. We are aware of those. But there are also opportunities for the future. Alice could be extended with persistent memory, emotional memory, long-term affinity tracking, and even reactions to players' actions beyond just dialogue, like moral choices or movement patterns. This would also make NPC-player relationships more persistent, personal, and dynamic. But to conclude, our pilot study actually indicates that adaptive conversation can be used as part of the gameplay itself, shaping how players make decisions and experience narrative worlds. But AI-driven NPCs show that can deepen immersion, increase challenge, and encourage thoughtful, emotionally engaged play. They do not replace narrative design, they enhance it, opening the door to more dynamic and meaningful player-NPC relationships. Now, since I think I have 1.5 minutes, I can give you a small taste of our game prototype. Hello, This is a teaser trailer of just our first intro level, more like a pilot.
I'm your sister Alice. We're at our estate's gardens near the lake, under the gazebo. It's such a lovely spot, don't you think?
this shows off most of the aspects of the game.
I'm gonna be late.
And thank you for listening, and I'll be happy to take any of your questions.
Hello, before the question, sorry, please keep the microphone close to your mouth in order to hear you better, because if you keep like that, you don't hear anything. This is not a sound. This is the microphone. Thank you very much.
Okay, any questions? Yeah, there's one person in the back.
Alice was, I may have missed how Alice was configured or programmed, or what part of it is ChatGPT and what part of it is your model?
Of course, I did not focus on that during my presentation because we wanted to focus more on the academic parts and our research and how it affected players. But practically, I would like to respond to that, saying that it was hard work. Alice was developed by us in describing the character. Basically, it works with OpenAI's API. We gave the API an initial prompt describing Alice's personality, traits, likes, dislikes, and even the setting we are currently in, like you're in a garden, this there is that, this is that, you're wearing this, so it could, in this era, so it could respond relatively. And then the player asks essentially ChatGPT, it responds back, and it goes back and forth. Then after that is a combination of other AI APIs for text to speech and speech to lip syncing, and that's what makes the model a bit slow to respond because there are many steps. But it thought it would be an overkill just for a pilot study to develop an LLM on our own. I cannot hear you.
If there was some domain knowledge, such as how the garden was laid out, I'm not sure if that was important, but there would be domain knowledge. No way ChatGPT can know how this garden is laid out. So did you have to feed it that?
Yes, I had to feed it that. I said, this is the layout of my level. That house there is that tree is that. There's a lake in the center. I had to feed it, and it surprisingly, it did not break. It followed through to the end. The only cases it sometimes went out of character was just for things like, what are you doing right now, if the player persisted, however. Otherwise, it was rather consistent. I don't have the current conversation right now, but one of the players asked, hey, what are you wearing? And she responded accurately, turquoise dress. And even the player continued and asked, where did you buy it from? And she answered, Mom bought it from me from the seamstress at the village. And then the player continued on and asked, when is our mom's birthday? And the AI responded, it's on 23rd May, a random answer, of course, but it surprised us that it kept up with the storyline. And we did like that adaptivity. I hope I covered you.
Thank you, Vicky, for a very interesting case. I wanted to ask you if the playtesters knew that they are going to meet an NPC empowered by generative AI, or it was kind of disguised. This is my first question. And the second one is, if you think there is kind of a magic effect, and did the playtester commented about kind of a magic effect? Wow, this is amazing. And then, okay, we are passing that. So what is your thought about this, like aftermath?
So to answer your first question, no, the players went in blindfolded. They didn't know they were going to react. They knew we were going to use AI in our NPCs, but did not imagine such layers of freedom. And I think that's what actually made them feel challenged in the long term of the conversation, because at some point they said that I don't know what to ask. I feel too free. It's that awkward conversation phase when you don't know someone and you're both like, yeah, okay, we don't have something to talk about now. So I think in the future we could balance the structure with freedom by maybe giving some prompts, proposed prompts, so players don't feel as pressured to speak. To answer your second question, at first they were sparkles all over their eyes. Yay, this is cool, this is magical, this is great. But afterwards, after they started feeling challenged and maybe awkward, that feeling actually faded. They loved the way the AI was emotionally present and aware, but yes, that feeling did fade. So maybe to keep the interest high, we could propose things like giving quests during these conversations. Maybe this could be used with not main NPCs that would affect the story, but side quests more. So it feels like, okay, here's something to do. Did I cover you, or do you have any follow-ups? Sure.
Congratulations. First of all, I'm just wondering whether this kind of research helps us learn something new, because as you said, it's like interacting with the AI agent, which then can go, it's scripted obviously because it's the context of a game. It's interesting, and I just wonder whether some new aspects, like one, does this NPC is interacting with other NPCs, and what kind of interaction do they have? How well can be scripted, and how they help or not develop the game action. Second, spatial cognition. I've seen that Alice was sitting on a bench. She was situated, perhaps scripted where she is. But NPCs in games very often move around, and they go somewhere else. If you had an NPC of this character, would your agent, your AI, know the new context, could be adapted, and the response will be related to where the NPC is? That's the second question. And the third, which is more fundamental. Now, obviously, and we expected this, and I don't think it's something new, the users like it. The freedom, they engage with all sorts of silly questions or whatever, because they understand that they talk to an agent that can respond and can go beyond a script, the canned script we used to have in the old days. Okay, so this is the innovation. But don't you feel that you as a game designer lose control of the story development and the game? And can you predict exactly the behavior your NPCs are going to have in the future?
Yes. I will tie your first question with the third, if you don't mind. I think the first question is probably what's the novelty here, and then afterwards the third question is how do you feel as a game designer of unpredictable outcomes with the AI? So actually, I think the novelty here is that, okay, we have scripted NPCs following fixed dialogue trees. We've also seen during the past few years that there have become more dynamic NPCs. I will bring up an example, some mods in Skyrim. I think they use that a lot lately, but even those are dynamic each and every time. They don't have persistent memory over interactions, and sometimes that breaks the story. It creates incoherences. Here, I think Alice is a blend of both structure and freedom. And that makes it, I think that makes it unique, because you have scripted outcomes. You can control it. You can control what happens in the conversation. But if you have created your AI very, very carefully, she won't break character. Afterwards, the outcomes that can be produced are currently, at least, are just binary results. So I can control what will happen in the story if it's just a binary tree. About your second question, which I think was about special recognition. Yes, spatial recognition. Yes, right now Alice is rooted on the bench and she knows the map of the current level, so she can describe it to the player. And even if she was rooted at a different place, yes, again, she could describe it. But you are absolutely correct. If she moved around and the player asked her, hey, where are you right now? Yes, she wouldn't be able to respond on the current way the game is built. We hope that if we do scale it later, we could create our own LLM and then perhaps have her have spatial recognition for her own rectangle. I think that would also be suitable for the players. For example, if we could track the player's movement, okay, he's an explorer, he's going all around. I think he's that type of player. Or I think he's lost, maybe go help him. I think that's a very good way we can move into the future. Thank you for your question, allowing this thought. I hope I did cover you, though. If it's something else. Oh, yes, you also asked me about that. To be honest, we have not tested that yet. I suppose it's like two AIs talking together currently. I frankly don't know how this would work out, but I am very enthusiastic to discover in future plays of the game. Our system is modular, so it could be extended to include two AI NPCs in the same time, but it would just use immense computing power. That's the only drawback.
Okay, so congratulations for your work. Actually, my questions were much related to the questions that Professor Avouris asked. So my question was also about the coupling between the results of the LLM and the other behavioral aspects of the NPC. I mean, whether, for example, the reply could trigger a new action or make a new decision, or maybe trigger some behavioral animation like smiling or showing some, I don't know, anger and so on. So I was wondering, as a designer also, how easy it is to integrate a Gen AI system to the overall NPC architecture, so that there is spatial awareness and action and so on.
We have actually, thank you for your question. We have actually tried multiple outcomes, but they were not to such a professional level yet in order to showcase. But of course, I can give you a brief explanation. We used lightweight tags again, this was just tested, not implemented because it wasn't polished yet. We used lightweight tags in order to predict those responses. For example, if the response sounded angry, which, okay, I know this is very broad, but using keywords and tone, we used a separate AI conversation to predict that, okay, this sounds angry. This, I will label it angry, and if that label is true, then the anim graph, the animation, can show a different face. But again, it's not very polished, and using a third party for the AI features does delay the process a lot, going back and forth, and always needs internet connection. So again, we hope that in the future can create our own LLM in order to deal with such problems and go faster.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and now for our last presentation, co-Minecrafting Hermopolis with children, a Minecraft-based digital twin for architectural heritage education. By Rafael Andrianos Papas.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, I will use my laptop one moment while we do switch. Then δεν έχω κάνει share screen στο Zoom. Μου λέει ότι κάνω share screen. Sorry for the delay, but as you will see, I need to use my laptop for this presentation. So hi from me as well. It was great seeing all these interesting presentations so far. So I'm Andrea Nos, and on behalf of our team, I'm presenting this work on co-Minecrafting and removals with children. So what is this about? Very briefly, we have seen a surge in interest in promoting and showcasing cultural heritage in the last few years in European and international level. And our question is, how can we engage children with their cultural heritage and especially the heritage of their local places? For this, we have used Minecraft, not just as a game or as a fun activity, but as a platform in which we can have collaborative creation, as an environment in which we can actually start exploring and understanding our cultural and architectural heritage. And our research questions are, how do children interpret and translate real-world architectural heritage into a voxel-based and constrained environment like Minecraft? And in what ways this process fosters a sense of ownership and sense of place and engagement with the cultural heritage? So our participants were children, 8 specifically, aged 8 to 12 years old. They were all part of the Young Tour Guides program, or Mikri Xanagi. This is a program run by, it's been running for several years. The last year it was under the supervision of the Historical Museum of Hermopolis and the Heritage Management Society. We ran it for 3 months. We had like once every 2 weeks, we had like an in-person meeting at the Historical Museum with the kids. And the task was to collaboratively build parts of Hermopolis, obviously not all of it, but following a 1-to-1 scale. So we used basically the expertise of the Young Tour Guides program of how to speak to children about their cultural heritage. And the children were, you could say, in quotes, sort of experts in their age group in the history of the city. So methodologically, we built upon existing approaches of using Minecraft in educational contexts. We have seen previous work of using Minecraft in the classroom, or of using Minecraft as a tool for making digital twins of specific places of cultural interest. What we have done, which at least in my knowledge is sort of new, is actually having the kids engage in creating the digital twin itself. So technically speaking, we set up the map in Minecraft using actual spatial data, height maps, and urban planning of Syros and Hermoupoli. Of course, it had to be simplified in order to fit the restrictions and constraints of Minecraft being like a voxel-based game where you have to build in blocks. And for creating the buildings, we had several sources of data. Of course, like photos of the buildings, actual visits to the buildings as we are here, and data from the Hermes database, so like 3D models of the buildings and so on. We set up the workshops in a way that allowed us to have some data gathering during the workshops, while by observing the participants basically, and seeing what they do and their interactions on a collaborative scale. We had a post-activity questionnaire, which had both like quantitative and qualitative questions in it. And we also examined like the artifacts that the kids built. A quick note about the quantitative data. Yeah, we had some quantitative data. We recognize that the sample size is too small. So our interpretation is mostly based on like an interpretative data analysis rather than actually looking at the numbers. And one quick note, we had like specific tasks. So kids were allocated specific buildings to build, but also we allowed quite a lot of freedom. Basically, we allowed the kids to play. We had them construct the outside, the exterior of the building more true to its real life, but the interior was free for all. They basically built their own thing. So our findings, as far as raising awareness about the architecture through the building process, it's a quite interesting topic because actually a limitation of Minecraft, where you have to take some shortcuts and you have to make some simplifications in order to be able to recreate a building within the constraints of the game. Actually, we found that it was quite beneficial for the kids to actually engage and try to understand the forms and understand the proportions instead of just copying a style. So we had some active engagement. Kids were actually making sketches and they were making plans and they were having a strategy of how to tackle the problem they had in hand. So this was very, very productive in terms of learning, we believe. And through this process, we also saw like kids having also critical reflection of their work, of seeing how well they did in building, which again, we can say this like a possible indicator of enhancing their visual literacy. Another finding is the creation of a sense of ownership, basically by kids being invested in buildings and each one having their own, or a group of 2 kids perhaps having a bigger building their own. Well, we saw what is being described in the bibliography as the IKEA effect, where basically through the task of having to build your thing, you create a greater affective connection to it. We saw this as well with the kids. They had an affective connection to their building. They were, I could even say, territorial about it. So they were very defensive about it. They built the interior however they liked. And so we saw also like a strong emotional connection to this, either with happy feelings, like feeling joy when finishing, or feeling sad when we had to finish the workshop. And as I said, again, by allowing some freedom to the children, we saw that they moved beyond basic construction. They used the tools in the game to play, to try to bend the rules, to have some fun. And through this process, also they created a stronger bond with what they were building, we believe. An extra layer, which it's a good discussion question, perhaps, is that the kids that were participating were from here, were from Ermopolis, so they know the town, they know the buildings they were building. So this kind of helped in creating a sense of place. And this is like an open question that we also want to examine in the future. However, enough talking, let me show you what we have been working on. I have 2 minutes, yes, absolutely. So we are here, this is actually the room we are in. And if we move outside, we can see here the university building being built. And if we move a bit more south, we can see the Miaoulis Square also being built. Again, some of these buildings were allocated to children. Some of these buildings were also built in a future contest that we held in the context of the Heritage Festival. But here I'll take you to the neighborhood that was done mostly by the kids. Here the theater was done by the kids, the Apollo Theater. And you can see, especially in the square, this sense of you can understand where you are. You can feel the immersion, I believe, and the kids felt this as well. We saw some indicators of them having a better spatial awareness through this process. Anyway, carrying on, the key takeaways. I will leave this on the screen and you will allow me to take a personal note over here. We recognize that we are very lucky to be able to do this sort of activity with kids and have our cultural heritage and examine it and have kids play Minecraft in peace. Sadly, cultural heritage all around the world in conflict areas is being destroyed all of the time. and planning our future steps, we would like to dedicate this work to the 20,000 kids in Gaza which have lost their lives due to the ongoing genocide and will not be able to be playing Minecraft anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrianos. Are there any questions? Yes.
Okay, congratulations for the work and the interesting presentation. I missed the research question. What were you trying to find out with this research? Were you trying to see how these kids collaborate to build something, whether they learn something about their architecture of their city, whether they could use these tools, Minecraft, for building these artifacts? I mean, which was probably I missed it. Probably was an introduction.
Yeah. It's part of the. I had to cut the presentation down to 10 minutes. The question, the thing that we had to in our mind by building this workshop was to use it as a collaborative tool. So we had actually kids working together on some things. Though this stopped being the main focus quite quickly, and we instead focused more on how kids actually understand architectural heritage and specific architectural features like details of the buildings. We saw kids taking a very specific attention to the size of the windows, the distance between windows, the automata, sorry, I don't know the English word. And other details of the building that you could sit them down and talk to them about it, but through them having to build them, they actually were more engaged in understanding.
It's interesting what you said, because you had a research question, which is collaboration for doing something.
Yeah.
And then you shift your attention to something else. This is the details and how, because Minecraft, you can decide on the granularity of the bricks, and you can insist on very minute details of even a neoclassical building if you wish. But here you try to put it to the hands of young children. So you could not ask them for too much detail. So they had to abstract what they were seeing and make it simpler. Now, which could be a suggestion is the collaboration aspect is very important. And by negotiating meaning, the kids learn. And this is a quite well-known learning process. So usually what we would do is record the discussion, and especially the conflicts. If there is a conflict, one kid says something, the other says something else. And then we analyze these conflicts and these discussions and try to see how they build common meaning, because that's a group of people work together to achieve an objective. And this is a very good example. And I'm surprised you didn't insist on that and you shift your interest to something else. Now, on the something else, that also needs to be analyzed. And I don't know, probably you didn't have the time to show us examples of this, but we could see examples of how they negotiated the abstraction of small detail which cannot be represented due to the limitations of the tool they were using, and how they went through the process to make decisions, and whether there was decision conscious and conscious, supported by your facilitator, yourself perhaps, or the teacher, or negotiate between them. These are really interesting, very important. And I liked your reference to Gaza, which is another good example. Minecraft is used throughout the world for building imaginative words, real words that are lost, or the reality we are living. So it's a really good example, this Minecraft exercise. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, absolutely. There's still lots of work to do. That's like our future steps here also is what they're describing. Maybe we can see some of the things discussed in the top example where maybe I can zoom this in. Where we have like the Minecraft reconstruction of a building, you see some abstractions that have to be taken, like the number of doors, the width of the balconies, and like abstracting the triangular like Aeto map of the main door into something much more abstract, but that sort of makes visual sense.
So, hello. To add further on your discussion, the younger you are, the more imagination you have. And so maybe the perception you have on the world is different. So maybe this could be used on a psychological point of view to have a child draw the area he lives in. And maybe, he got scared in an alley, so it will be more dark. Or maybe he likes a specific, ice cream shop, so it's more light. So maybe this could be used in psychological point of view.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very good point. This is not like an area that we have examined because it's not our expertise, to be honest. But definitely, we haven't done like building your own house or your own neighborhood. We have done like building more like central buildings of the town that they are aware of and that we could visit. But yeah, this is definitely a new direction. We have the scaffolding to do this. They can actually move to where their house is and start building and see what happens. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you all for the interesting presentations. And now we move on to the next session, DC Poster Madness session. So thank you.
We're not having a break, huh? No. Okay, hi everyone. Welcome again at Zero. So this year we have again the doctoral consortium. It's becoming a tradition. This year we have 5 doctoral candidates. I'm Katerina Rahab, and this is Tassos Theodoropoulos. We are from the University of Peloponnese. We're going to be quick. This is a poster madness. We have 5, as I said. The first 2 are going to be online.
We won't take any questions at these sessions. It's a speed run, but you, of course, are encouraged to find the participants at every coffee break and ask them more comment to their works. We want that. So
Let us take 1 minute from the presenters to thank our mentors. This is something that we're doing all these years. So we assign each one of the papers to one of experts in order to give more dedicated feedback. But of course, your feedback during the coffee break on the poster side is more than welcome. So let's start.
Unfortunately, the two first are not here, so they will have this pitch run online. So we start with the first one. It is George Benos with Supervisor George Lepouras from the University of the Peloponnese. George, can you hear us? We can't hear you, though.
Now, can you hear me?
Yeah. You can share your screen, and the floor is yours.
Excellent. So let me share my screen. So hello everyone, my name is George Benos, PhD candidate in the University of Peloponnese, and I'm here to present you the very initial stages of my research, a reevaluation of strategy procedures of human-computer interaction in XR. So both the fields of XR and HCI are comparatively old to what most people think about, but there has been a current XR renaissance, let's say, in the previous decade, mostly due to the advancements in hardware technology that made it both more accurate and more accessible to the majority of the computer users. And let me start. So HCI as a field is pretty much tied to the current needs and trends at the time in the computer industry. So initially, we started off with command line interfaces because most computer systems were focused on speed and productivity, and computer users were treated as experts and trained professionals who used them to essentially solve complex problems. After a while, we made the jump to window-based environments, and this happened mostly because the proliferation of the personal computers and the users themselves were no longer treated as experts, but as common people who wanted to increase also their productivity and their personal needs. But we had to also address aspects of enjoyment and ease of access. So after a while, for the next phase, we had a rapid advancement in graphics and technology, and we treated the computer screen as a way to showcase it. So more complex environments with better graphics, smoother animations, better colors to showcase what the computers were becoming, what they were capable of. Indeed, after a while, we came full circle with the introduction of smartphones, which scrapped the previous experience we had with showcasing complex systems and went back to more simpler aspects, not because there was an issue with the technology, but because of the limited screen space available to the users. So instead of treating the screen space as a canvas for the developers to experiment themselves and show what they're capable of, it was very premium real estate that needed to be exploited appropriately. Now we are on the cusp, I believe, of such a radical shift with XR environment, which presents both problems and opportunities. Problems in the case, as I mentioned, that previous lessons we learned from other HA paradigms may or may not apply, and we need to re-examine them, but also opportunities because we are free from previous preconceptions and more specifically technological constraints that may skew the results. For example, one particular case of such carryovers is the extremely widespread and widely known QWERTY keyboard. It was originally introduced back in the late 800s for typewriters and was used as a way to prevent jamming of the internal mechanism of a typewriter to facilitate speed writing. When the computers came around, we needed a way to input alphanumeric symbols into the computer. So the choice was simple. Port the QWERTY keyboard, mostly because it was already used and widely known by the user base. Also, after a while, we didn't even have a need for a keyboard, a physical keyboard. We could use the software itself, but because the familiarity carried over, there was also the case of on-screen keyboards, just to simulate the familiarity the user had with a particular keyboard. Moving on to the mobiles, this particular aspect may have carried over with some problems for the previous incarnations, mostly because of the limited screen space, but still we persisted on using this particular keyboard because at that point it was simply too widespread and too familiar. And this is something that indeed we carry over also on XR environments where the need of manually inputting alphanumeric symbols can be done in a variety of ways, simply because we still cling on to that particular keyboard schema because it has widespread used. So, just to clarify, the claim is not that the QWERTY keyboards are not effective. They have been extremely effective to survive all these years. The claim is into different contexts, we may have had opportunities to use different input methods, such as cording keyboards, which were better suited to the problem itself, but they did not have the space and time to flourish, simply because the QWERTY keyboard was so widely used and widespread. So the main objective of this particular research is not only delve deeper in the usability and satisfaction aspects of input methods in both XR and standard environments, but also provide a comprehensive framework of evaluation and comparison process, and outline common pitfalls and difficulties that are common to arise in such similar attempts, hopefully used as a guideline for future research. The first step in such an attempt would be to define the problem space, and in particular the situation that includes a proper overview and taxonomy of current common HCI methods for traditional systems, their impact on these systems, and the current impact into XR systems.
Can we wrap up, please? We are running out of time.
Yes. So I'm using a three-pronged approach, using mode of interaction, Bowman HCI, and continuity to create an initial taxonomy of input methods, which may or may not be good candidates for HR. And the next steps would be a bibliographical study to limit the scope of these particular HCI methods. Within subject user design, identify the subject groups, experiment scenarios, and check for demographic biases to make sure the data is accurate and properly represent the users. After which the data will be having both a qualitative data analysis focused on more psychological user aspects and qualitative data analysis focusing on user performance, which may lead to prototyping of a new library that takes such quantitative data measurements, and also a baseline novel HCI application that focuses on implementing proper input methods for XR systems. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, George. And our next speaker is going to be online again. It's Olga Hatzifoti from the University of Athens. And
Hello,
just a quick
everyone.
reminder to keep the time, please, both and next speakers to approach. Please, George, stop sharing your screen. Thank you.
Thank you
Oh.
very much. Hello from my side. I would say it's lovely to see you, but unfortunately I cannot. Thank you very much for accommodating me despite being online. Okay, without further ado, to present myself and the topic of discussion. So I am Olga Hatzifoti. I am a PhD student under the supervision of Dr. Maria Rousou at the Department of Informatics and Telecommunications in the University of Athens. And I study voice-based interactions in immersive interactive digital narratives with a focus on cognitive and affective dimensions of the user experience. So let me double check that this is going to work. Great. So a bit of definitions, since the domain isn't very well known. So first of all, I use the term voice-based interactions instead of the more popular voice user interfaces to highlight that I study the process of producing voice, as opposed to, for example, listening to voice, be it human or synthetic, which is already a popular area of study. And in addition, I use the term immersive in the literal sense that it's an objective quality of the technology used. And specifically within that, I focus on the use of virtual reality head-mounted displays. The reason for this is that there is limited but interesting research that suggests that voice input is especially suited to this environment. Furthermore, I mentioned that I focus on interactive digital narratives as the exemplar application domain, which represents the type of interaction scenarios that I focus on. This is storytelling and dialogue. Having said that, any application from domains such as art, culture, education, and healthcare that integrates narrative scenarios with these mechanics is within scope of this research. So I have here a thought experiment so that we can still, voice interactions are not very common in immersive applications, much less narratives. So I used real work as an example for the thought experiment. The work is Notes on Blindness. It's a short VR documentary where we have abstract visualizations and they unfold in sync with the voice recordings of the writer, John Hull, who progressively lost his vision, hence the voice recording. So this is a very powerful story. It's told in first person, and it has a very core function for voice. So the thought experiment is as follows. How would you think the user experience would change if instead of passive listening, the user would actively use their own voice to unfold this narrative? So would you expect that changing the input modality and the interaction design from something silent to something vocal would affect your relationship with the text in any meaningful way? And how? So in order to investigate this question, I have formulated into 3 research questions that are a bit more structured. They relate to user experience dimensions. They arise from previous work and multidisciplinary findings from psychology and human-computer interaction. And the first question relates to key immersive constructs such as presence, co-presence, and embodiment, while the next 2 questions, they focus on outcome dimensions that generally critical works aim at, so the user's emotional and cognitive engagement with the content. To investigate the research questions, the first proposed step is a comparative user study. It's between silent and vocal interactions. I use a storytelling mechanic in a simple linear narrative with the additional support of role-playing in order to make it the simplest implementation of the design materials I have. Furthermore, I have 3 conditions. One is the baseline condition, which is silent. It's reading the text silently inside. And the second one is reading the text out loud with no voice technology, while the third one is reading the text out loud with visual feedback of a real-time transcription. So this is, this is a within subjects design. It's adopting condition randomization against sequence bias and content randomization for content familiarity. And specifically, I use some excerpts from a short public domain story, which is written indeed in first person, and the user is role-playing that they are the writer of the diary. A few more details in order to see how the investigation is going to proceed. So aligned with practices for UX and VR, I use a mixed method approach with subjective and objective data. So the subjective data has some open-ended questions on emotion cognition, alongside some interview questions to highlight positive and negative patterns across conditions, and they are going to be analyzed with a thematic analysis approach. whereas I also use some scale questionnaires after each experience to target the 3 research questions in a more structured way. In addition, I have some physiological and behavioral data, which is directed by the design of this, the choice of this was directed by the suitability, access to sensor equipment, and my own limited expertise in the domain. So I am pairing eye data with heart rate in order to gather insights into the user's emotional and cognitive state. And then we can also draw some emotion state data from voice recordings, which for this experiment are very readily available. Furthermore, to discuss a little bit about the technology behind this, this experiment is going to use voice streaming with real-time transcription and a matching step of the raw transcription to a reference text. And we're doing this in order to optimize both the length segments for minimum latency and to improve accuracy of the results. Furthermore, one tiny detail is that in the experiment, the participant is in an isolated space because it has been observed from previous research that participants may feel unwilling to speak out loud to the VR experience while someone else is watching, while they have human social context. Finally, a screenshot of the current implementation. In order to isolate confounding factors, I went for a minimal design of the immersive environment with kind of abstract visualizations and no other design elements apart from the text. And for the text itself, I followed standard web accessibility guidelines in lack of guidelines for text specifically in immersion. So with that, I would like to thank you very much for your time already. I hope I remained within the time frame. Actually, I have some more seconds. And I would enjoy discussing on the design decisions of this research before the first experiment takes place, alongside any other recommendations on data gathering or data analysis, and any other comments you may have. So thank you very much again for your time and for having me online. And I pass the floor back to the chairs.
Thank you, Olga. So we move to the on-site presentation with Marina Stergiou from the University of the Aegean.
Hi, hello. My name is Marina Stergiou, and I'm doing my PhD with the supervision of Spyros Bossinakis here in the University of the Aegean. So I'm going to present my PhD subject. So my project revolves around the concept of digital dance costumes and its embodied embodied dimension within digital environments. It aims to explore the intersection of choreography and costume design through the lens of emerging technologies, specifically digital cloth simulation, motion capture, and extended reality. So the problem now is that usually costumes are introduced to rehearsals late, so that dancers must practice without them, often having to imagine wearing them. Therefore, costumes' behavior to movement can be seen only upon production, and this is a problem because it allows limited trials and experimentation with the movement. Also, in that case, spatial problems might arise, especially for large volume or shaped costumes, or strange shaped costumes. Moreover, communication issues usually arise between choreographer and costume designer. And in the case of small studios, they might face some problems in implementing their ideas. In small scale studios, that they're doing their own costumes. So as a result, multiple physical prototypes and trials are usually required, which is of course expensive and time-consuming procedure. So we make the hypothesis that the aforementioned digital technologies might assist with the above problems. So some main research objectives are to identify existing workflows and the limitation, develop digital cloth applications, and with the aim to design sustainable alternative methods for costume development, and also to enhance collaboration, to build the bridge of communication between choreographers and costume designers, and also create visual and conceptual stimuli to inspire movement and choreography. Yeah, some research questions that we pose here. I will not analyze them, but the main three research questions that are very interesting here is that, one, how can digital costume applications affect/support costume design? Two, how can digital costume applications affect/support choreography? And three, how can digital costume applications affect/support dancers' performance? Yeah, I will not. This is some technology that we have already been using, so I'm going to pass this slide. And yeah, briefly, I'm going to cover our methodology, which is first conducting interviews and case studies with choreographers and costume designers to identify, to do an analysis of current collaboration models and workflows, and identify some limitations. Of course, in parallel with the literature review and study of theoretical frameworks related with movement, we'll draw some requirements and develop prototypes with the technologies I have already mentioned. So then we will test these prototypes with user experiments. Our users are dancers, choreographers, and costume designers. And of course, we will take quantitative and qualitative data, the statistical analysis, and also take some metrics on their performance and set their tasks on the digital platforms. And then a feedback loop will be established between virtual simulation and physical trials. So I will very quickly go through some work. This is a work that, oops, I switched from Google Slides and this happened. So this work was presented in 2022. So it's a VR experiment where dancers were trying to mimic moving characters inside virtual reality. Some of the important findings indicated that animated costumes could enhance exploration and movement experimentation amongst more experienced dancers. So this research supports especially our third research question that explores digital costumes' effect on dancers' performance. So this is now here we present an important technological milestone, which is the establishment of a pipeline for real-time cloth simulation, where a dancer wearing a Rococo suit can move a metahuman in real time inside an Unreal Engine and achieve cloth simulation of the digital garment. It's a very important step for our future experiments, and I have also a QR code in my poster if you want to see the video. So finally, our close future work is includes a case study. We will work together with a small studio. I will work together with a small studio, dance studio based in Athens, that wish to design their own costumes for dance performance presentation for their dance performance. So their targeted costume is a long cone-shaped skirt, and it's a very good example to test our digital prototypes. So yeah, I will very quickly. Yes, I will pass the impact. So yeah, it's the impact of this work is that it can enhance creative collaboration, offer cost-effective prototype for independent artists, and enrich dance learning with technology. So yes, sorry for taking more time. Thank you very much. I would be very happy to answer any questions during the breaks.
Right, moving to the next one. Is Jason Diakoumacos. Jason.
Hello everyone, I am Jason, a PhD candidate in University of Peloponnese. In the HCI VR lab, we are trying to do some gamification mechanisms, and currently I am focusing on cybersecurity. Okay, so sorry for that. Okay, cybersecurity is a really important asset if we consider that everything is stored to the cloud. Thus, malicious users could attack any organization and steal our data. On the other hand, gamification is also useful for everyone that needs to train in a rather dull task, and gamification makes things much more easier, and thus organization can attract their employees to perform some boring actions. In our research, we have two main groups, the experts and the leaders. The first are the one that actually doing the patching of the systems, while the others are the one coordinating the whole team. In the training scenarios, what lacks is their coordinated training session. They mostly train separately. The first group train via hands-on training in cyber ranges or other real-time platforms that simulate the actual world, whilst the second play some card games that can focus their attention towards risk analysis and role-playing and how they can manage their resources in order to achieve their potential and their achievements. So what we did is to design a specific algorithm that can unify the scoring that comes from various platforms, lightweight or cyber ranges, regardless of their source and how they're created. Our second solution targets in the team leaders through a game that will assist the leaders and the experts to communicate with each other and exchange their knowledge. So our game is a single player game that the user has the budget, their team, and the impact of the company. Sorry for that. A topology is presented to the user along with a team, which is presented as cards with specific attributes, like the DevOps is very good on networking, or this guy is very good on patching. They can be trained and coordinate with each other to level up and unlock new synergies like in the real world. In every turn, the system will decide on different malicious actions to happen on the systems. Those can be mitigated or defended depending on what are the player actions. So all of this, the player in the background, every action he does is scripted in a Tosca file, which can be later used to be activated in any cyber range platform, either in the future or in real time. And thus we have both teams to play and the leader to coordinate their team, and the team does the actual stuff and defenses. So all of this create an integrated framework where, as I mentioned, everyone assists the other to become better. So our integrated framework consists of those two things, the standardized algorithm and the CyberOps Commander, the game I just mentioned. And this bridges actually the gap between those two teams and their training sessions. So our future work is to implement the MVP for the CyberOps Commander, the actual strategic game, refine our Tosca generation logic to be able to be defined and played in various cyber ranges, and also do some more evaluations. Thank you very much and happy to be here.
And finally, we're moving to our last participant, is Dimos Nanos.
Hello everyone, my name is Dimos Nanos. I'm coming from Kastoria, Western Macedonia. I would like to present you my research, ChatGPT MPI under the microscope, artificial empathy for engaging digital customers service. So many remarkable developments like AI, as you all know, transform the way, transform the way digitally a company digitally support their customers. So what is an AI chatbot? It's a AI powered system that engages in human-like conversation, understanding inputs and deliver relevant responses. The many benefits of chatbot is low cost, online capability 24/7. They can offer a specialized or personalized service, and they can support many languages. AI chatbots today have considered as popular digital business tool. They enhance employee productivity and improving customer service effectiveness. Today, this is the main fact for me, chatbots tend to become more and more empathetic. What is artificial empathy? The capability of an AI system to recognize human emotions and to respond in a manner that simulates human empathy. On the other hand, the anthropomorphism is the attribution of human-like characteristics, such as emotion, to non-human systems. This is the research questions. Are users able to feel artificial empathy of an AI chatbot? Does perceived empathy impact customers' perception? And if there are any difference between the two LLMs that I'm going to talk about. Why I choose ChatGPT? In this research, ChatGPT was in the previous version, so it was not as much as empathetic as today. So I chose ChatGPT because it was designed with empathy, non-providing empathy, and PAI, on the other hand, is a system that designed to provide high level of empathy. So this is the methodology of my research. An experiment was performed, total 100 participants. They split into teams. The one interacted only with ChatGPT and the other team two interacted only with PAI. There was a scenario, a predefined scenario, in which participants faced hypothetical customer service problems. And after, let me tell you that the participant forced to set both models to a professional representative role prior to the start of their communication with just a prompt. And they asked 15 predefined questions to each LLM. After they finish the experience, they evaluate their digital service experience across 4 variables: trust, emotionality, satisfaction, service quality. This is an overall experiment process. You can see all my process here. And the results, PI seems to outperform ChatGPT in all 4 variables. Trust, for example, is 60% positive response compared to 14 of ChatGPT. This is a visualization of my data. You can see now how PAI outperformed ChatGPT in all the 4 variables. So both AI chatbots struggle providing truly personalized consumer. And this is a very normal fact because there was no data to be analyzed, and this is the main motivation for me. I wanted from the side of the user, from the customer, to see if they are able to see or understand if this is a problem or if they want something like this from a chatbot. So yet users still remain conscious as full trust for this system is not yet in full high level. So this is the final proposal for future research. It needs to be investigated whether repeated interactions with empathetic AI can influence trust and satisfaction. And of course, future development of those chatbots and system like chatbots should focus on balancing empathetic and human-like elements in chatbots. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you all. As we said, we're not taking questions at this session, but the posters are there in the room where we have the coffee breaks. We already know where it is, and we have a coffee break right now. And also, you can find all the papers at the website of CAI Greece, and also they're going to be published. Thank you so much for your attentions, and thanks again to our mentors, and of course to our valuable PhD students. And good luck with your.
We'll have a coffee break now. Yes, we are back on time, but the coffee break is half an hour. So let's say we will be here 5:45. Yeah. So take some time for, okay, so 1:15. Yeah. Okay. Thank you all.
I will need 20 minutes because I have to be prepared for the panel. Thank you very much.
1,000 nights. My soul worries that you hold tight, and I can't sleep tonight. I feel it hard again inside. I don't need another guy. I sing to you my lullaby, and everything will be fine. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, lullaby. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, lullaby. Under the moon, I sing this song for you. My tears like stars in the sky. Under the moon, I sing my lullaby for you. I wish you well, I'm alright, but broken inside. Under the moon, I sing my lullaby for you. I wish you well, I'm alright, but broken inside. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, lullaby. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, lullaby. I feel an emptiness, that's why I can't eat and sleep tonight. I wanna see your smile, but I see only darkness or the sky. I feel it hard again inside. It is like 1,000 nights. My soul worries that you hold tight, and I can't sleep tonight.
even at this late hour. But we promise that we don't want to keep you for 1 hour and a half, which it was originally planned, the panel session. We will keep it to about an hour, maybe a bit less. It is we are used to in all our conferences to host a panel discussion on the topic, every year's topic that is suggested by the World Usability Day. And this year the topic is on the theme of emerging technologies and the human experience. Of course, this is a general topic, and I will give you a few, and along with George Karidakis, we will give you a few thoughts about that, and then we will pass the floor to the panelists. Let me first introduce our well-known panelists. We are very honored and happy to have them with us. Let's just read as the slide it has been created. Mr. Alexandros Rosso is the Director of Design and Innovation at Kotsovolos, Athens, Greece. Irini Mavromati is a Professor of Interaction Design, among other things, at the Open University of Patras, Greece. Kostas Boletsis is a Senior Researcher, and he comes from SINTEF, Oslo, Norway. And Maria Kontogiorgou is a UX Consultant and Strategist and CEO at Atride, and she comes from Syros, here in Greece. As I said before, the title of our panel discussion is on emerging technologies and the human experience. Emerging technologies like, for example, artificial intelligence, which was mainly the topic of the day today, augmented reality, immersive interfaces, mixed reality, and so on are transforming human interactions, as we'll know, with digital systems and environments. And this happens every day at a very fast pace, I would say. So these innovations evolve. And sometimes even us, the academics or the researchers, we are struggling to follow up with the evolvements of all these technologies. And so it's crucial to prioritize several aspects of designing these technologies and the related services applications, like, for example, user privacy, user trust, and of course maintain, let's say, so rapid and robust and trustworthy design approaches and principles for that. Of course, there's also in many of these technologies issues that are related to ethical considerations, issues that are related to, of course, the user experience, as we said, the usability, the accessibility of technologies and services. And in all these areas, we have invited the panelists in order to share their perspectives on this broad matter and perhaps share their own experiences from their activities in their companies or in their research institutes that they work on for several years now. So let me pass the floor to George Karidakis to present some ideas on this matter, and then we can go to the panelists.
Thank you for staying this late. So the World Usability Day used to be a landmark date for our community because we had the yearly meeting around this date and this topic. So emerging technologies, I think they're quite established technologies and forming a new human experience. But the real question is, are we building a better human experience using and adopting these technologies, or are we making our life more complex with less benefits and the result and the humans, the users? So up to the panelists. Thank you.
If you want to ask a question, you can always use it and write your question over there, and we will see it and ask it to the panelists. Okay, so if you can scan now, because we'll go to other slides later on.
It will be better though to have every question so we can group them and address the panelists.
Thank you, Panagiotis. It's your feedback. The ask a question. The first QR code on the second page as you turn on the pages in program. Thank you.
Okay, now you can hear me perhaps better. So hi, I'm Irene Mavromati. As you heard before, I'm teaching in the Open University, the Hellenic Open University in the School of Applied Arts and Sustainable Design. And because this panel is about kind of trying to regulate AI technologies, to sum it up a bit, what I wanted to say as a kind of perspective or approach is not mine. This is Dr. Rachel Horst, the whole entanglement there, is that in terms of, I mean, the elephant is in the room is AI really, yeah? So it's a system and it's entangled and there's no way of predicting what will come out of it. Any differentiation in any of the factors brings a differentiation in anything else. And there is no way of managing or controlling it or somehow regulating it. And perhaps regulating it is not something that the whole planet agrees on. There is differences in approaches. There's the bloom and the doom approach and all the in-between, let's say, continuum for AI literacy. In every decision, there's ecological implications. In terms of ethics and values that are influencing policies, they're not the same in any country. There's different underlying principles and values in Asia than they are in Europe, than they are in America. I mean, the American perspective is obviously, you know, let it happen and whatever becomes out of it, the survival of the fittest, you know, Darwinian sort of way. The European approach is perhaps over-regulating it and trying to control it and trying to guide it. There's different approaches, different feels to it. Nevertheless, we cannot predict how people will evolve in this or how the systems will co-evolve in this. We need to understand not AI as skills, but AI as literacies, not literacy, literacies. We need to understand the diversity of perspectives, and we need to keep the discussion open about the implications and the fears and the hopes. There would be fears, there would be hopes. I mean, look at what happens now with the medical system in America, to give you an example. There's two sides fighting each other, not understanding each other, not really listening to each other at all. And the same kind of thing happens with AI. There's the doom and the bloom, and there's walls in between, and people don't understand each other. They don't perhaps talk to each other sometimes. what Dr. Horst has suggested, and I think I agree with this approach, is to not build walls, but have fences that you can jump and you can see through. To try and understand by talking and listening, and by talking and listening, you may learn something useful about the other side. What is more important if you want to talk and listen and have bridges and have transparency in order to see the other side as well and have an understanding, is to create spaces for diverse perspectives that will understand, that would be the understanding for the perspectives rather than try to seek consensus. Seeking consensus, I think, is not the way to go. What we need to do is perhaps create spaces, and I'm saying this coming from a creative education background, create spaces for play, for ambiguity, for creative disobedience, for the weird and the radical and the playful and the experimental. And through creativity, relationality and critical inquiry will emerge, and we should trust learners in this process to discover ways to make meaning. What is the most important of this, and a wise man in this room has actually once said something similar to me, and in a way he's our mentor of many of us, Nikos Avouris, is we need to trust people. We need to trust people that we need to trust people's innate desire to create meaning, and we need to trust the innate human creativity. And that's what I wanted to end up my talk. Hope I didn't overdo it with time.
That was perfect timing, actually. So yes, what we would like is about 3, 4, 5 minutes, your position or your thoughts, actually, and then we can go around with the audience also and with us. So next speaker is panelist is Kostas Boletsis, and Costa, now we are also will be showing your slides. Have a couple of slides on some points coming up.
Yeah, mostly notes. So yeah. So essentially what you see here is a list of for immersive interfaces based on the icon is a list of positive and negative aspects. So as it happens with great advances that happen over a short period of time, there are always some good uses and some bad uses. So in this case, let's say for immersive interfaces, which is like one of the topics today, we have very nice uses like effective visualization of what-if scenarios, very nice entertainment experience in VR or augmented reality. We have nice training applications in safe environments. We have great forms of art and cultural expression. Some of those topics we touched upon today. On the other hand, I mean, it's sort of like a kitchen knife. You can use it to slice bread, and at the same time, you can use it to hurt someone. So on the other side, we have like mental health risks from detachment from reality. We have like limited socialization, definitely data privacy risks, digital divide based on limited accessibility to those XR or immersive interfaces, and also based on the age. And finally, physical discomfort, usually coming from non-familiarity with the technologies, and the environmental impact, usually coming from the data centers. No, the previous one. Yeah. Then we're going into artificial intelligence, another one of our topic in this panel. You pretty much know of all the positive things, and I'm sure most of us have experienced great moments using LLMs or any other kind of AI. Most of it being around data analysis, pattern recognition, simulation optimization, and also accessibility improvements like translation, automatic translation, and personalization aspects that weren't there in the past. At the same time, the very same technology can also lead to digital divide, can also create privacy risks. So this thing about data analysis and pattern recognition can be used for a bad cause. Environmental impact is used in this case, coming from data center, decline in human skills, since we don't use our brain so much. And most importantly, I think disinformation campaigns and user mistrust, so a lot of fake news, coming again from data analysis. And finally, mental health risks. So there are some common elements between immersive interfaces and artificial intelligence, some common problems that we as researchers and part of the academia, we need to address quickly. So the goal, my point is that the goal, at least my personal goal, my suggestion would be to first of all, naturally to tip the scale towards the positive aspects. So ethically, I think this is our purpose. And then to deliver value to the users and safeguard them as research participants, as members of a specific target group, whatever that is. And finally, as consumers. There are solutions out there. There are directions of research that we can take. Some of them are listed over there, along with some personal projects that we run at SINTEF Digital in Norway. So one very, and we're not reinventing the wheel here. One very simple suggestion would be to involve the target group during the design stage, so as early as possible. In this case, we had like a Norwegian Sign Language project where we invited actual users with hearing impaired very, very early in the process. Then also develop co-located experience. So single user experience are fine, but at some point we need some people being together, mostly for mental health purposes. And we have a 3D projection mapping project, a Norwegian one called Guy Vesterålen, that it also extends into the Resist EU project. Privacy-preserving learning, privacy-preserving policies and federated learning models, those are solutions that can be used. Like we did when we actually documented the dark practices from the MetaQuest, a native application of the MetaQuest. And finally, make artificial intelligence more explainable, explain what is happening. Don't treat it just as a black box, at least on the user side of it. And finally, have some offline functionality and experience, trying to limit the environmental footprint. Again, this is just some suggestions. There are more, way more. But the thing is that these kind of suggestions can formulate hypotheses that we, as researchers and part of the academia, we can look forward into those and inform the research field and consequently the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Kostas. Great balance between academia and industry here. So Alexandros.
Yeah, so I will lower down a little bit the level with the industry. Yes. So I don't have a slide, but I thought that it's maybe better to share a story and through that explain a little bit my point of view on immersive technology. So more or less a year ago, I had a problem with my washing machine. And through a service journey, including multiple calls with call centers, chatbots, bureaucratic forms, endless hours of waiting, I just realized that my issue wasn't fixed. So I wasn't struck by the fact that a system didn't work. It was, for me, the point that I realized that we delivered as designers in an industry, we delivered projects, technology that most probably helps the consumer. But instead of that, and instead of feel secure as a consumer, I felt lost in the gaps between those systems that couldn't talk to each other. So my realization on that day was that innovation and technology is as powerful as the human experiences it creates, and all the technologies along with that. And with technology, we can go on and on with AI, artificial intelligence, or augmented reality, or immersive interfaces. But all of those things exist, and they're not just tools, they're environments that we use and we live day by day, especially in current days. In Kotsovolos, for example, we transform our stores from transactional hubs and just point of like a brick and mortar point of taking a product and bring it home into connected experience centers. For example, with augmented reality, you can just visualize in a store how a product will look like in your own house, or AI can curate your choices and helps a sale, or a blend between what is physical and what is digital can create some seamless experiences. And this is not something very futuristic. This is something that happens, and consumers actually want that. But here there's a challenge that we see as part of the industry. Nothing matters in terms of technology if the human doesn't trust the system. Trust is the foundation of adoption. And in order to adopt, and in order for a human to share data or go along with one system, it needs to feel that this is transparent, there's transparency, there's privacy, or that it feels empowerment rather than just a monitoring act. And here is how we as designers, we feel the role of designing and embracing technology to support what the value, the added value for the end user will be, but also to respect human boundaries. And with that, and personally as a human being that really loves to find new ways and always trying AI accelerated design tools or technologies to support my day life on the field, but also on a personal level. If we just, as a standpoint, let's say from this small talk, if we remove the human out of this emerging technologies and this new way of thinking, we won't be able to create meaningful, trustworthy experiences that users will trust. And at the end of the day, as designers, what we want to do is to create a future, to design a future, not only that is advanced, but that is human. And yeah, that's from me.
Thank you so much. So the floor is for Maria Kontogiorgou.
Hello, can you hear me? Thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank you from here. And also, I mean, on my side, I'm not an academic, and I always find very interesting the approaches because they're profound, they're quite distilling what is happening in theoretical aspects. And working as a user experience designer and consultant in quite, let's say, demanding environments globally, I lived quite some transformations. We see the importance of us as designers the role we have on that. And it's not just, provide a good solution just for the system and how we can make it more efficient, but how can we be ethically bound with that and keep always a foundation around the values we bring with the solution we offer. So it's not always about bringing something that it works fine and it serves a business right, but it also keeps these ethical boundaries from the users, because users very often need something and they're ready in order to do it, go through with everything. And this, whatever they leave behind, traces, data, elements that may be misused. And this is not always a decent way of treating users. So this sort of manipulation is something that it may be massive, especially agreeing with all my peers from this panel happening right now with AI and all these technologies that we don't know where they're going and their capabilities, and they keep growing and growing. And we have the excitement while at the same time we have the fear of unknown, not in a negative way per se, but the fear of how people will use it. Because there is greed, there is a lot of negative around, there is a lot of negativity that is covered with other type of uses, right? So I think our goal should be, as academics or designers or people of contributing to the future, how we keep this foundation around the human side of it, and how we can keep feeding it for good, using it, and always setting up this ethical, let's say, boundaries around making it for the good purpose, and always consider indeed the human side. Also my piece mentioned before. So I think we stand in a very thin line, designing something efficient for the client, right? Which it can be amazingly done, but also respecting the users and their rights on it. So, I mean, I would like to make that a bit more interactive. I'm happy to take questions. So that's all for me for now. Thank you very much.
Better, thank you. An issue that I really feel that the two sides of the coin, let's say, in order for the technologies to fulfill their potential, I feel so far that the user has been one aspect that has been keeping them back to truly fulfill the potential, and B, if and how, I feel that it's not, if the UX design has been keeping up with the technological advancements, and if not, I feel not, that how will we achieve this, both from the academic and the industry perspective? Thank you. The same order, please. Or really arbitrary. Who wants to go? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Okay, go. Yes, can it keep up with the advancements? Is it keeping up? I feel not.
I mean, not really, up to an extent, but I don't think really it keeps up. And many people, I mean, user experience, it has been a massive boom, like 15 years ago. They derived from different directions, myself included, having 3 different backgrounds. And people love technology, and we loved, designing systems. We jumped on it, and we just did the job, right? Of course, you have people getting different type of training, etc., doing that today. But I think the user experience is not just one thing. It is many things, and it has to do not with sterile design things. It is much, much bigger than that. It's how we can, especially now, how we can really embrace and understand what we want to bring from a physical perspective to a digital perspective. And it's very vague what I'm saying, because it's not just one thing, right? An experience is built for everything pretty much everything. So, I mean, some designers can keep up if they can really imagine things, and they can be really creative, and they can, you know, find their way to bring that type of experiences, but it's very hard even to integrate. So we might have very creative people doing miracles, even into very big companies. I give an example from my latest experience in Philips, in the design team in Amsterdam, where they have in their DNA building beautiful products you know, in terms of R&D. And then when, I mean, I would go a bit wild because it is in my nature, they would love it. They would love it. This is it. That's how we should merge, bring IoT, we make them smart, and that's how we should do it. But then they were quite hesitant. And we're talking about a company that they do love innovation. They would go wild. They are innovators. So it's very hard for big companies to merge this type of thing. It's very difficult to innovate because innovation brings risks, and bringing something new that people don't know, it's very, very big risk, and you need someone quite crazy to go through. So user experience can be really insane. It can bring, you know, we can have beautiful things happening, but I think it will take a bit of time because I don't think the companies are ready. We put our hopes in our startups. I mean, I'm running a startup right now, and we're building a smart shirt where measures breathing real time. And I can tell you it's a very hard route. I mean, we're making it, but we're just solving problems, and we just, you know, every time we need to fight with our own, let's say, way of breaking boundaries continuously in everything. And we need to be bold and daring just ourselves. There will be, no, it is too much. No, play safe, play safe. No, you don't have to play safe if you're going to bring some great experiences forward. And that requires other elements, just budgets. So that's, I don't want to monopolize, so please.
Well, yeah, I agree in terms of business. I agree completely. To my point of view, it's not the UX or the user experience in general that it doesn't keep up. It's actually humans that they don't keep up with the technology anymore in that much, because user experience wasn't in the scene like 25, 30 years ago. So obviously, from a business perspective, when there's budget, when there's a return of investment, when there's customers right in front of you waiting for something that they're actually scared of, that something that you're trying to build on them actually every day. Maybe they don't use ChatGPT every day. It's something that might downgrade a little bit the level of risks that a company can take. And obviously talking from a Greek, let's say in Greek industry, this is significantly lower as well. I wanted to see more from academia in order to push more into that from that perspective, and push or help businesses more from their more imaginary, let's say, from their imaginary point of view, and they have more ease or like a bigger, let's say, area in order to take a risk, and maybe a company will help there. So yeah, I would agree on that.
I also agree with your last point that we also have like a responsibility, if you want to call it, if that's not a word, as researchers, to also help the companies and establish some frameworks, processes, in order for UX to become UX or whatever you want to call it, like involving the human, let's call it, early in the design process of a product, because usually product comes first, and then we or whoever comes later and does the UX thing and the research on something. So if we could take this process a little bit earlier and have the human in the loop early on in the process, I think we could solve many things. But definitely, I wouldn't realistically expect from a company that's under a strict budget or whatever, or a startup, to focus on the human element right away, right from the start. I mean, realistically, I would like, I would like. I mean, that's good. Yeah, yeah. So that would be like the ideal thing. But on the other hand, I can understand like why company wouldn't, because I think when it's like money on the table, yeah, exactly, exactly, exactly. Like yeah, that mentality. I think that's what we need more. That's my point.
I'm sorry, just this point. I mean, this point that my colleague, my peer here refers is indeed, I mean, people, they used to neglect human experience, right? The user experience as secondary, as not important. But I think it's the same mistake that humanity has done with the emotional part of things and the psychological part of things. We totally neglected it. We focus on science, something that we can understand, that it can be concrete. And now we sort of like receiving the results of it, you know? So I think with the time we're going to get there and we're going to start being human first and then the rest, because at the end of the day, we build them for us. We build them for the humans, right? They have to serve. This is the main goal. So
I kind of agree with everything. Like Maria speaks very nicely and agree with her, but I kind of want to play a bit of devil's advocate here. I also agree with you that the UX is declining. We do not really use it as much. Systems are actually faster being built and there's no time to involve UX, and it's kind of happening without us. But is that necessarily a bad thing? Isn't it a good thing that we have less UX or the need for less UX? I'm not sure. And then we try as researchers and Europeans to over-regulate, define processes, define models, define frameworks, and things are going too fast, and perhaps there's no point, if you see what I mean. So I'm not sure if I'm playing devil's advocate here or I'm just being pragmatic. So yes, maybe UX is declining. Yes, it is declining. Is that a bad thing?
Declining or not keeping up? It's a question, but I'm surprised to hear that as academics we're not bold enough. I think we're more investigative in many aspects. So thank you. Really interesting positions. Perhaps if we have time, balance between technical and experience aspects of success could be another topic. But we're having great questions from Slido that I grouped using, of course, AI. The first one refers to ethics, transparency, and trust. We've been touching on that. So, what are the most pressing and the most dangerous aspects regarding ethics and trust? This is a more dystopic question. And let me add the second aspect, and perhaps we can have one round about the human values. This is a more positive aspect. How can these technologies serve, align and serve the human values that we support and encourage in society overall? Thank you.
Okay, I think this works now. I think to your first question about the ethics and trust, the most dangerous aspects of this, my first idea is that the most dangerous, because the world is not a uniform place, huh? There's different underlying assumptions for Arabic countries, for European countries, for African countries, for even in countries that are similar, like America, US, and Europe. You know, it's not a country, but you understand what I'm pointing at. So I think the most dangerous aspect is not talking, not understanding, building walls. I think that's the most dangerous thing about ethics and trust. I think we need transparency. We need to be different in also the way we understand ethics and we understand trust, but have the conversation going.
Yeah, I also think that transparency might be one way to address that. Definitely, ethics and trust are. I mean, right now they're kind of under a lot of much danger, especially with the rise of artificial intelligence and fake news, mistrust, and all those things. And at the same time, we as researchers are facing kind of difficult situations when it comes with when it has to do with how we like perform our daily activities. And I think since there is a lot of noise out there, the only way to put those to filter out this noise is by being transparent, and that goes, I mean, to like a general context, like a citizen, first of all, and then and later on as a researcher or an academic as well. Definitely, those are whatever we see today. They are tools, and that create difficult situations sometimes. So it's up to us to be open about how we use them, and always be updated with like the effect that they have in our lives and other people's lives.
Yeah, I like the last word of how we use them. It's to me definitely is how you use a tool. What if you're asking the right questions in order to in order to be ethic or to create trust. You can definitely have a very, I don't know. You can have a super transparent, super I don't know, trust tool, but you can create dark ethics out of it. So it's all also depends on how you use it. Putting your values, the values of the things that you're designing for up front. But definitely it's a major issue, ethics and trust on those technologies. So yeah, that's.
For me, in this, I would keep it very simple for a complex matter like this, and it would be human greed. I think we shouldn't be greedy. We should build, having in mind that we build something to offer quality of life, to improve things, to do better things, and use it for the good. So go very, I think using that such a high technology and what is in front of us is going back to really this very simple, like the foundation of just keep things for good and not try to misuse them and not try to do things to harm. And users also bring their responsibility on their end, except for the designers and the academics and everyone, because the users have a lot of power in their hands now. And the way we all use, how I use it, how you use it, how everybody's using it, they bring the same responsibility of having this ethical question in mind, not to misuse and not try to utilize it for very wrong purposes. So I think all of us collectively, we're going to be responsible for what is coming. So it's not they, an abstract thing, it's us, all of us, how we keep that in mind and not be greedy in any way.
All right, so I would like to thank you all for this very interesting conversation. I know that maybe there are questions from the audience. However, the time is already what we have planned for our conference. So perhaps we can allow one question from the audience. I also have a couple of questions, but I will make them, but not. I will not need an answer. I will make them for food of thought for all of us later on. If there is maybe a question from the audience, we can take. So, Mr. Liras, of course. Just.
Whereas
I'm going to say something, a very simple or simplification, just to make a point here, that 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago, people were passing simple messages to each other. The world wasn't simple. They just made the right abstractions. And people, leaders did it, philosophers did it, religious leaders did it, people that were trying to manipulate, but you knew where they were going. The problem with science, I find, is that it doesn't make it clear where things are going or where people are going with it. This is something that humans always do. They read into the science and they do the same. But science has always moved away from that. When you read an abstract of a paper, a scientific paper, it doesn't tell you where somebody's going with something. It tells you about what they think that they produced or something. It's not where they're going with it. We know that people produce things and they're going in various directions with it. So these various directions we have to come back to. We can't pretend like they don't exist because they're not scientific. We know that the governments are pushing things. We know that companies are pushing things. We know that products are pushing things. We know that TikTok is pushing things. Why don't we come out and say what we think they're doing rather than only looking at what are factual, which is great. You can't go too far in one direction. You can't assume without looking at what they actually do. But without those assumptions, we are making ourselves basically very difficult to communicate with each other. You're all saying we should talk to each other. Talk about what when we can't agree that somebody's going something. Generative AI wasn't put on the table for no reason. Why don't we talk about that?
So thank you all. Some keep like points that arose is like we're back to human values after all, beyond technology, and perhaps we should work on building experiences that will make us bloom and not doom. So with a positive thought, thank you all for
Can I add
staying
something
this
here?
late. Yes, of course.
I would perhaps take it one step before that, not in human values, but even before that, people's innate nature, because values can be different. Oops. But if it's people's innate desire to make meaning, people's innate creativity, then it's something that it's inherent inside people themselves, and values is something that we can discuss about. It's a second layer.
Just wrap up a bit, a couple of minutes. So we had a long day today. I would like to thank you all for being here and staying all this time. We've had a few people that have left and come later. I have seen them. Okay, and also we promise you that tomorrow we also have a great program with very inspiring speakers. I see some of them here now. And okay, just to say that tonight we have a dinner. The dinner is located at the Textile Museum of Hermopolis. This is located at, do we have a, okay, conference dinner, yeah. This is located at about 1.5 kilometers from here. If you take the coastal road, let's say, and you pass the shipyard, the Neorio shipyard. However, in your conference bag, you have the program, and onto the program there is a QR code of the exact location, so you can just find it from there on a mapping application, and we can meet there. I would suggest that we are there at 9 o'clock so that we can start then. There is a light dinner of course, some music and a chance to not sure about that. Okay, but of course we can keep on the discussions and the good ideas and talks. So I think that's all for today. Thank you so much, and see you tomorrow morning. Okay.